Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Amish Earther, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mel's 24, Unimento, M I'm 26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Kenna Bear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yeah, I'm done with him. I ain't trying to interact with that piece of shit.
Should have never wasted your time. I told you that.
What's the deal?
Forget them.
Not often that we hear John swearing. What's the deal?
Oh, Jaron, I tried, I tried bending over backwards for the whole thing he was wanting to do, but he was wanting to set stipulations down on how you behaved as some way to control my appearance on his show. I was like, no, I can ask Nathan to back off of you, which you already had, so no big deal. But then I was like, but you were the one that started the stuff with MC Scammer, remember? You're the one that started bringing people's faces into this and or made such a big deal about identifying somebody and attacking them. And I don't know, it just descended really quick. I don't know.
Of course it did. He thinks he's a tough guy.
No. Reading between the lines, what I hear is, in chronological order, Jaron calls me a scammer. I react and show all the bad things that demonstrate him to be a scammer, and he finds that highly objectionable. That's what I've heard. Am I wrong?
No, and like I'm like, if you hadn't have started it, like everything is in reaction to what you said. This is not Nathan just singling you out. You sought this in defense of Witsit for whatever reason,
I say you keep the heat on and don't let off them.
Got nothing to gain, though, Neil. As much as I will defend Jaron's claims that I'm a scammer, because I say science proves when it absolutely does, and I'll go out of my way. I even went on his show to prove how wrong he was in that claim of me being a scammer for the justifiable reason that he gave in his mind that science doesn't prove things when it absolutely does. Now that's out of the way. Yeah, I don't need to defend his continual claims of me being a scammer. He's not going to be able to stand by that anymore. But in the process...
No, not the scam.
Oh, my bad, Neil. Go on.
Not the scammer thing. Just keep the heat on about him not knowing what science is.
Who cares?
And them and their silly nonsense.
I heard the first time. Thank you again. Yes, we've already dealt with that, and it doesn't benefit us to continually knock on that door of one man on our own side doesn't understand science when we've gone out of our way to educate him on it. Are we going to keep labouring on it for the benefit of one guy?
Exactly, Brian. He's not on our freaking side. Oh, my goodness. Forget
Yeah, I don't know. I'm shouting out.
We're focusing on the minors rather than the point. What benefit does it serve? Now, there is a potential benefit that that angle that John is currently discussing, is being explored by John. That's an angle worthy of discussion. As for keeping the heat on one guy's lack of understanding of what science proves and how it proves it, isn't worthy of our time given that we've already done it, Neil. We have bigger fish to fry. We're out here proving Earth's flat on the front foot. Do you think showing how Jaron doesn't understand science still, when we've already shown him and told him and proven him wrong, and along the way he has suffered some damage because some obvious scammy little bits that he's done has been exposed by me in defence of his claims I'm a scammer? What does he expect? If he doesn't like that, that's tough luck. If he's going to throw his his retainer out of the pram simply because he doesn't like the consequence of his own actions, then that's tough luck. You know, be a big boy, except that if you're going to point fingers at people and call them scammers, people are going to rummage around in your existence and show how you're a scammer. And what, you don't like that? Be careful who you mess with next time, Jaron. You know, calling me a scammer ain't going to end well for you and didn't. And now you don't like that. And you want to put some restraints on me via guests that you've got on that happen to be part of my panel. Bless. Now, I'm not recoiling about your scammy claims because I've debunked them all. They're all garbage and demonstrate your total ignorance of the subject, Jaron, as opposed to proving me a scammer. So I don't care about this. I'm not asking you to retract anything. I've demonstrated you wrong. But you're very keen for me to stop humiliating you and showing how bad you are as a general flat Earth proponent. Yeah, oh well. Don't come at me calling me a scammer, and that won't happen. What's your problem?
It's important.
Maybe
it's
apologise. Maybe apologise. Come back on bended knee, Jaron. Tell you what, I hear what you're saying. I'll stop being such a jerk about it. This is an outcry, isn't it? I will see it as what it is, a cry for help. Oh, you need help. Right, with all the scammy ways I exposed. I see. Come back on bended knee, given that you claimed I was a scammer and made rap videos about our science. What, doesn't prove things? Pretty sure I came on your show and showed you with your own words how it does, when you told me it can only disprove things, or prove things, in affirmation to me having to correct your shite. Now, if you can come back on bended knee and apologise for that garbage that you besmirched me with, maybe I'll work something out about how much I expose your scammerness in future. We'll work something out, how lenient I am when I see how scammy you are in future, Jaron. Maybe I'll lay off your scammy nature, leave you to your scammy scams. Or maybe I won't. We'll see what we work out after you come and apologise for claiming I'm a scammer, for saying science proves when that's all it does. As you now know, having been educated by me on your own show, with your own words, that proved you wrong. So come back and grovel. We'll see how we get on, Jaron.
Well, it's important for other people. Go ahead, Brian.
No, Neil, you go and I go after you.
I'm just saying it's important for new people coming in that they hear what's correct and what's nonsense. Keep the heat on as we're going with our front foot. Keep explaining how certain people are still in the rearview mirror trying to disprove a globe like such and such. And I think everything will be fine. The new people will see who is following truth.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Jaron's trying to follow in Bob, the deceased, footsteps. By telling me that if I don't fall in line with his garbage, he'll cause me damage. And then he's tried to excise that damage with a little rap video called MC Scammer, with a total garbage premise behind it. Okie dokie. Yeah, well, Bob might have had a bit more leverage when it came to his attempts to besmirch me and his attempts to poison absolutely everybody against me because I wouldn't tolerate his lies when it came to Michelson-Morley experiments that they're not. And again, like with Jaron, I had to go on Globebusters, but in that instance, I wasn't quite so strong, wasn't 10 years into the discussion, and I didn't have the capability to basically rip Jaron's arse through his own throat like I did. Today, things are different. I am most assuredly the stronger debater, and I absolutely know that science proves things, and claims that I'm a scammer because it doesn't will just be destroyed. To the humiliation of idiots like Jaron, who can then bleat and grovel to my panel about how he needs to stop that happening. Come back and grovel for your nonsense garbage that you put out there to besmirch me, and we'll work something out, Jaron. Okie dokie.
I find it very strange. It's a real head scratcher for me how you can so confidently say that Jaron does not understand science when you are fully aware that this person has proven time and time and time again to have an intellect well above the normal. Yet, you can just believe that he can't understand scientific method. You think he doesn't understand situation so fast. It's
Neil,
beyond me.
Brian,
You mean Brian?
I'll let you look at the private interactions we've had. He obviously does not.
I don't do that. I hate that.
Promise you.
I hate that. Get in touch with
Not
someone on Skype,
publicly,
and the next
but
thing you
I'll
know,
let
your
him read
Skype
them.
messages are being shared by. I hate that.
Well, Nathan, I'm sorry, but
I don't want him to be
John
public.
doesn't have to do that. John, you don't have to do that. I don't need like my mind is made up a long time ago about that guy. And if you can somehow marry that he's a scammer, and he's also telling the truth, and he's also has proven himself to have an intellect well above the normal, but yet he can't understand scientific method. If you can somehow marry all those things together, then best of luck to you, Nathan. Me and you are not on the same page on that topic.
All right, go on. What page? I don't know what page you're talking about now. I was listening to what you said, and it doesn't connect to any page I'm on. What are you talking about?
So you are stating publicly that he just doesn't understand science.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
You did. You've said it several times.
He's claimed
In the
I
past
am.
few
No,
minutes.
I made it clear that he has claimed I am a scammer because, very specifically, I assert that science proves. Now, you, as a reciprocant of that sentence, can infer whatever you like from that. Those are just the facts of the matter. He has said that because I say science proves, and maybe I qualified it with ergo, it means he's suggesting it doesn't. That's all I've said. Now, whether or not he understands anything, I don't care about. I just know he's called me a scammer because of a premise that I can easily disprove and have, and along the way he's obviously suffered some damage to have to appeal to John. That's it.
Well, you said it with certainty several times now since the pre-show started that Jaron just doesn't understand science. Like, I can't read Jaron Campanella's mind, but I can put together in my own mind enough memory of him being well capable of understanding things far more complicated than the scientific method. And also, I do remember you, and I remember outing him as a scammer, which he is. So you have proof he's not stupid, and you have proof that he's dishonest. Yet you confidently have said, "I just doesn't understand scientific method or science." I'm sorry, like I can't prove he does understand it, but I certainly would not state that he doesn't.
No, fine. I'll just agree with you then, based on that. Yeah, fine. No, if I have said that, retract it if necessary, or whatever you want me to do based on what you've just said. I agree with you. Yeah, okay.
No, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying that I don't agree with that statement. That's
fine.
All. You don't have
and
to
if I
agree
made
with me
it,
on that.
fine. I would retract it based on what you've just said, on the basis that I don't know either. I can't divine his motivation or his thoughts or his understanding. I can only go on what he's done and what he said. In this regards, with respect to science, what he has said when claiming I'm a scammer was wrong. That's all I can do with that, as I've done with it, and I've gone to try and educate him about how science does prove things and used his own words to demonstrate that is the fact of the matter, which has now been done. And like I juxtaposed with Bob, I did the same thing when it came to him claiming experimentation. And what happened after that? Well, he caused me quite a considerable amount of damage. Obviously, Jaron's watched that and gone, oh, I'll do the same again if he doesn't want to fall in line. Well, it didn't work well this time. It's obviously backfired quite badly, and I'm going to revel in that fact. Because it's the second time from that particular side of whatever fence we're looking over in this instance that they've tried to cause me damage in this regard, right? MC Scammer, I've never even heard it, to be honest. I don't know what that is, but I've got a vague idea from people mentioning it. But it's the same exact trick that Bob tried to pull, but Bob was far more successful at it. This time, the end result is what was that, John? He wants to try and negotiate some leniency about how he's being treated. I'll just show how wrong I am, Jaron. It's really easy. Like when you claimed how right you were when you called me a scammer. Really easy. Until it backfires badly like it has. Then you grovel to my panel. Be a man, come to me, we'll see what we can work out, Jaron. Like I approached you, like a man, and then went on your show, out of my echo chamber that I'm accused of being in, to show you wrong with your own words when you claimed I was a scammer. That's what I did, because I'm a man. You can grovel to my panel, or you can get in touch like a man. We're still in touch, aren't we, on Skype, Jaren? Yeah? You can drop me a line, son, with an apology, and you can grovel, and you can ask whatever you like. I might just look down on you with pity and give you something. We'll see how we get on, won't we, Jaren?
Nathan, nothing's changed. I don't know if you heard during when we went on the other server. Witsit was on a rant about you, and in the end, he said you have something that you're not capable of, which is good faith. So they're still on the same page, that whole little crew there. Tear down, hashtag, and flat earth debate. I don't care how much you think he agreed with you.
Everyone's talking about
He's a
us,
piece of
Neil, is
crap.
all I heard. Yeah, they are, yeah. Yeah, wonderful. Keep it up, lads. Keep telling everybody how whatever we are, we are. And when you come with your actual claims, it's a bit like Dell. Gonna expose you. Gonna show the world. They're gonna know. Are they really? All right. What are you going to expose about Earth rising up? You got any proof for that? You're a plastic prick. Go change your tampon. What about Earth rising up, Dell? You got any proof for that?
Hey, Nathan, when was that? How come I missed that? Somebody came on yesterday morning and was defending Dell's position?
Yeah.
Where
One
the
of his
hell
minions.
was I?
Yeah, well, I published that as well. That's coming out tonight. One of his little minions came round to put the argument back into the false dichotomy they need. And it was stamped out immediately, as quick as Dell was.
Well, he
I
said
would
you
like
made
to
a
point
claim.
out-
He said you made a claim. That,
A claim of
the
non-existent.
stationary.
Yeah, claim a non-existent movement.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Jaron tried to bring up to me in the conversation that he thinks he won the debate with you because you acknowledge the competency of the researcher has something to do with the scientific method. I pointed out to him. Hold on. I pointed out to him that no, the scientific method, if followed, even a moron can boil water on a stove, Jaron. And that was the end of it. Yeah.
Well, someone's mental faculty to complete an experiment correctly doesn't change that the scientific method showing works. You know, if you can't follow the steps and the rules and you get it wrong, then that's on you. That's not science. That's not scientific method. That doesn't change that. It doesn't change the proof process. You know, that scientific method is. It just means that you can't follow it because you are incompetent. That's what that means.
Can I just... No, let me just try and have a bash at it, Brian. That wasn't bad. I'm going to get this correct. So, according to Jaron, the empirical method that can only prove things, known as the scientific method, can be ballsed up by a complete idiot, and at the end of a balls up exercise of that method, which wouldn't be an exercise of that method, wouldn't prove things. I'm a scammer for saying that it does. Is that a pretty good summary?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty damaging when it gets pointed back out to him, isn't it? It just makes him seem like a complete shit that's just out to attack people based on false ideas that he has and false notions backed up after the fact by saying, yeah, but people are stupid and they can get it wrong, that empirical method that only proves things. Therefore, you can't prove things with science, like you said, scammer. That's pretty crap, Jaron. Yeah? It doesn't take a genius to see how crap that is either and how unjustifiable you calling me a scammer was. Yeah? But I don't mind constantly highlighting that you have called me a scammer for a premise that you failed to understand. Oh, there it is, Brian. You were right. By inference, it is not when I say you don't understand. In spite of me going over to him and telling him and explaining and using his own words. So I see how you've come to that conclusion, because I did actually say it, and I said it again just then, Brian.
Yeah. It's just that it's a bit presumptuous, taking all the evidence in. You know, you can't say either way because you can't read his mind. But if I had to make a choice, I would say that he absolutely. If I had to make a choice, I would have to say I believe that he absolutely does understand. If I had to make a choice.
Well, I mean, he goes
I can't prove it.
to acknowledge that his understanding of scientific method at proving things, if followed correctly. Let's put his caveat in. No worries, Jaron. If followed, yeah, because that needs inferring, explicitly inferring that you've got to follow it properly. Okay, no worries. Lest I be called a scammer, following the method of empirical proof properly.
Maybe his brain is not connected correctly, because if he thinks he won that debate, that's serious delusions of grandeur.
Well, how could he know how to stop it from proving something, or how could he know that it would take an incompetent person to mess it up? You know what I mean? If he
Good point.
didn't understand it in the first place, he'd have to understand it to understand it would take an incompetent person to mess it up.
And mess
Now,
up.
that's still
It being proving things. The thing he's called me a scammer for. It being proof.
Yeah, but a scientific method. You would have to understand scientific method to understand that the only way to stop that process from getting from A through to Z and it proving something is someone's incompetency.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the scientific method. That's your incompetency, buddy.
No, but it would show that you'd have to understand the scientific method to know that.
I agree
That would
with
be
you.
my point. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that doesn't prove, that, but it kind of does in a way, because it's like you'd have to understand it to make that caveat.
Well, when you don't follow a method, it proves that method doesn't prove things. It's just that's how great.
That's it. Yeah. By not following the method, you're proving that the method was not followed. That's what you're proving. Do you know what I mean? You're not proving that it doesn't work because you didn't follow it. So, it makes no logical sense. What is funny, Nathan, is when you went to Bob and started speaking about science and scientific method to him.
Which Bob?
After the whole Bob Nodell, when he went to Globebusters.
Yeah.
And started speaking to him after the 2018 documentary. He started talking to him about science and scientific method. The first thing Bob brought back up and wanted to talk about straight after that was interferometry, right? The ring laser gyro. Excuse me. Nicholson Morley, all this. Sorry, one second.
There'll be a slight interlude while Brian chokes.
Don't die on us, Brian. We need you.
Still here, Neil. But that very thing is what that's been punted as their proof. You can listen to my debate with it. That is supposed to be their proof, interferometry for ether. That is the best proof they've got for ether. And isn't it strange that Gerald is so staunchly behind promoting this thing, or just attacking scientific method, the very thing that doesn't, you're off mute, Neil, the very thing that doesn't adhere to, do you know what I mean, and can't adhere to. So it's all based around the one thing. All of this pushback is all based around one thing, and that's interferometry, because that's the only thing they've got that they can call some kind of evidence for an ether.
Well, they want to call it scientific evidence. That's the bottom line.
Yes, but they need to deny that science proves things to do that, as you know, you're fully aware of. But it's just every part of this since 2018, like that's 6 years now of this, and it's still based around the same thing, which is interferometry.
Yeah, that's that particular section of this particular debate. They are entrenched in the notion that interferometry is a science that proves ether. No, it isn't. It's not science. But the moment you acknowledge what science actually is, it's really easy for people on Jaron's side. I don't know if he's caught between a rock and a hard place in this regard, because he claims he doesn't even support the ether. Oh, roll on the clips of him supporting ether. When he said that to me, but I got sent all these clips. Is Jaron talking about ether? Is Jaron promoting the ether? Here's another clip of Jaron. Clip after clip after clip. You're like, okay, you may want to deny that you're promoting ether, because what you tell me, you don't explicitly detail it when you clearly do from all these clips, right? That's his motivation, because he does promote it. That's the only motivation. You've nice and succinctly pointed that out, Brian. What other motivation was it? It's the same motivation as Bob attacking me with and being successful, because back then How many people were appreciative of science and the scientific method and what you had to fulfill in order to call it proof? Well, the standard's very high and narrow, and they don't have it in interferometry. So that debunks their whole claim. So Bob attacked me and poisoned the well against everybody against me, and it's taken a significant amount of time to build that trust back up in an audience that basically deserted me at Bob's whim, and say so. Jaron tried the same trick recently, and he had his ass handed to him and was shown to be an absolute charlatan who was wrong with his own words. That's how things have progressed through time. It's not going to cause me any damage. It didn't cause me any damage when he made some music video MC Scammer. Didn't affect me one iota. Not like when Bob did it, which had a massive detrimental effect. And I had to put my YouTube potential career on the line. When I did that, I knew the stakes, and I did it anyway because it was the right thing to do, and I stand by every word of it. Stood by it with Jaron. Same exact process has yielded results of Jaron grovelling at the end of it. So good job I stuck to my guns, even though it very nearly cost me my channel and my career on YouTube. Thank you, Bob. Rest in peace.
Well, you may have lost a lot of people, but I became a member from that moment on.
There was a handful of people who came to me afterwards and went, wow, to have the integrity to stick by your guns, I appreciate that you've lost a lot of people, but it really resonated with me. Yeah, you were one of them, Neil, but there were others who, like when I always say you represent a lot of other people. In this case, I've got specific examples of people who've messaged me with the exact same sentiment.
Tenth Man also. Don't forget Tenth.
Yeah, good example. There are several people that saw that Globebusters, and it influenced them with what I said. And I was pretty early into that scientific method. I didn't have the Coriolis understanding, but I still made my points and then got chastised and made an outcast from the flat Earth community because I wouldn't toe the line of ether. And here we are today, pretty much doing the same thing, being called a scammer. Shocking. Back then it was grocery delivery boy, a part-time job I had to transition into the YouTube career that Bob was effectively trying to end.
Well, Nathan, could I ask you a question? In your personal opinion, do you think that intellectually that Jaron Campanella would have been capable of putting together a more intellectual argument against you, if the argument existed, than making a music video, a bad ad hoc rap video that attacks you? Do you think that bad ad hoc rap video is a direct mirror of his actual intellect? Or do you think that's well below his actual intellect?
You see it as a lowbrow thing to do, though, in that question, whereas I would say it shows a demonstration of intellect because he knows the most effective tools to manipulate his audience into understanding that I am a scammer, and that would be the most effective tool. Evidence isn't the most effective tool for a lot of his Dumbo audience. They just need a song to remind them that I'm a scammer. The fact that the point of the song is that science doesn't prove according to Nathan, therefore he is a scammer, isn't even probably worthy of the song and probably didn't even make it into the song. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm speculating. I've never heard it.
Well, I would say that it's intellectually well below him. Yet he did it. You know, I would say that is like the making of that music video is so far below what his actual intellect is. Because I listened to him from, just like you, from way back in 2015, and he was able to pull things apart that you would need a high level of intellect to pull apart. These aren't easy things to see through. You know, deceptions, puzzles. These aren't easy things to see through. Yes, the best you can do when it comes to you is come up with some ridiculous rap video. That doesn't make any sense. Intellectually, it makes no sense to me. Now, I can't prove, but all I could do is point people to the times when he proved to have an intellect beyond the normal.
Well, that doesn't prove anything, Brian. Just because you can see one thing doesn't mean you can see another thing.
It's a good inference, though. I know where you're going, Brian, and I know you've just been completely disagreed with by Righteous, who I also agree with.
No, Righteous is correct. It doesn't prove it. But I can prove that there's instances, sorry about my voice, where Jaron Campanella, right, proved that he had an intellect well beyond the normal.
I see what you're saying.
Now, that doesn't mean that will prove what I'm saying concerning the music video. But the two don't marry up. They're contradictory.
As one saying. By example, you're saying, generally speaking,
anyone could do.
You're saying he does advanced calculus over and over again and then does a music video about adding 2 + 2. just seems a bit out of character and not his typical standard. Yes, I follow. But sometimes you just need the 2 plus 2 video. But sometimes a great intellect is recognizing that you just need a 2 plus 2 video. So maybe not, Brian. Depends how you look at it.
Well, the same videos are being made all the time. Those same types of videos about all kinds of different people on the internet by all kinds of different people who don't have the intellect that Jaron has. So it doesn't take a high level of intellect to make a stupid video.
I would challenge the intellect part, but
ever heard of I'll just ask my wife for a musical comparison. Sorry to cut you off, John. You ever heard of a band called MGMT? You know that song? MGMT. You ever heard of them?
Somehow it's familiar. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's a familiar song because it was very, very, very popular about 10, 15 years ago. The point about MGMT is, as a band, MGMT despised general pop music. They hated it and they made a great effort to go and make some really clever music. They were really intellectually advanced in their music capabilities. So at one point they got so sick of it that they wanted to mock pop music. They wanted to mock how simple and stupid and crap and garbage it is. So they made a song. And that song basically topped the charts because everybody loved it. This is them trying to say, look how terrible pop music is. Look how awful it is. Right? Everyone goes, oh, I like that song. Oh, it's so formulaic and melodic. Get my tongue around it. I'll buy that. So sometimes when you're doing things that show what is perceived to be a stupid move, it can actually yield quite successful results. So when I say Jaron might just have recognised because he's got a high level of intellect, I don't need a complex video with a great example and a logical consistency to demonstrate how he is wrong when he says science proves things. I just need to make a little rap video. I'll be far more effective. That actually is an intelligent thing to do if that is the more effective tool.
Well, yeah, I understand. See, if, let's say, Hans Zimmer, right? I won't say, let's say Hans Zimmer. Let's go with Hans Zimmer. He's a very well-known composer of soundtracks of movies, popular movies, really big movies. So let's say Hans Zimmer suddenly decides to make this complete heap of rubbish pop techno track, right? You're kind of going to be going, what's going on there, Hans? You know what I mean? He doesn't need the money. There's no reason for it. So why are you making it? Now, maybe I'm highballing a bit with Hans Zimmer. I can't prove to everyone that Jaron Campanella is very, very clever. But all I can say is I've seen evidence throughout the years, starting in 2015, that he's no Dumbo. So, you know, if Hans Zimmer started making a really bad pop techno track, you know, if Hans Zimmer came out with what was that Korean guy? Remember that Korean guy?
I've got an example of I know Hans Zimmer. I've got an example of a Hans Zimmer example that fits that. What about Lion King? Plenty of examples in that.
Lion King? What do you mean?
That's Hans Zimmer. Did you not know that?
But it doesn't matter. The point is that it's not. What was that really bad?
I'm just being
song?
A prick. I'm just ruining your example because your example's sound, but for the fact that there is actually an example from Hans Zimmer that fits into that category, your sound example will stand. I'm just being a prick.
Yeah, Lion King, but Lion King, he did the soundtrack for LionKing, right? That's just what you're saying.
I'm pretty sure. I'm going from memory. I'm pretty sure. Yes.
That still would take skill.
Majoring on the minors. I wish I hadn't done that. I'm such a prick. I'm so sorry. Your example's still sound. I understand your example. I want you to continue with it because it's correct. I'm just being a prick.
I want you to help me with my memory. There was a Korean guy who came out with this really nonsense thing a couple of years ago, and everyone jumped on it. This Korean pop guy. It was this really nonsense, off-the-wall pop track. But anyway. Right, I can't remember.
Yeah, it was the Whoop song or something. It came with a dance.
It's the comparison to Jaron we're looking for, not the clarity of the song.
That's it.
God.
But the point I'm making is, it's like Hans Zimmer making that track. It's like, why is Hans Zimmer making this track?
I got you.
You know what I
If
mean?
he
If you
made, I
compare
know what you're saying.
Jaron's
Okay, you took it
ability
to
to
a
use his
much bigger
intellect-
extreme to
Go
make
on.
the example sound again. If Hans Zimmer made Gangnam Style, yeah, I get it.
Yes, Gangnam Style. Yeah. Like, what's going on, Hans? You know what I mean?
But then he cashed in for Gangnam Style, and you're like, well, look how much money he's got.
Yeah, but if you're a composer and you have the ability to compose, and you're being paid ridiculous money and all kinds of royalties to compose music for the biggest movies Hollywood are producing with the biggest actors in it, you're not going to care about whatever bit of nonsense money you make off a Gangnam Style. You know what I mean? Your integrity would be higher than that.
Ah, now you've used the word integrity. That puts a very different slant on it. That's food for thought. Yeah, because now I can give a different comparison. It's comparable in that logic to me going, well, like I've juxtaposed your example with them making money, I could make money from doing a bit of anti-flat earthism. It's very popular at the moment. Showing how pick random flat earther with a stupid claim that you can't back, put him up on a video, show how wrong he is. Use that as an example to say Earth isn't flat, straight to the top of the YouTube recommendations. That would be the same logic. But suddenly people question my integrity. Right, Brian? Well, the same thing by parallel is you saying, if you're going to do this fantastic work to show how your arguments stack up when it comes to a complex globe issue, showing how an opponent on your own side is a scammer surely would demonstrate the same acumen, abilities, research level to make that point, but you're not. That just shows your credibility, or what was the word you just integrity, to be woeful.
Well, yeah, it does. There's an integrity issue because, I mean, if for position A he requires this certain level or standard of evidence, then he should, if he has integrity, be requiring that for B, for scenario B. But he did not for scenario B. He did nothing. Yet he went with it anyway. It's like it just shows a weakness that somebody with the intellect that I know he has shouldn't really. It makes no sense to me that somebody would entertain that unless they had an agenda. The overall point is he's not stupid enough to entertain that kind of nonsense that he came out with about you. So
That's
why
your
is he
point, and
entertaining it?
I get it based on you had to give a lot of prefacing and justification, but based on that prefacing and justification, I would agree with you. You know, based on your logic and what you've gone through. Yeah, it does seem that way, Brian. I can't disagree, and it's pretty sad given that these people who we formerly had allegiance with many years ago have descended to this sort of level to discredit people on their own side. In this case, me. Now, it hasn't in this case had any detrimental effect, quite the reverse. So I'll stand by what I say, but for the fact that it's John's point, because he's just been chatting with Jaron about something that they were trying to arrange, I don't see that this is relevant. This is more directed at Neil. It's like, who cares? I don't see when he said keep the heat on, or whatever he said, as necessary. Don't get me wrong, I'll be reactive if necessary, like I've just been reactive with Dell. So, fine. You have a little poke, Dell. I'll have a little poke back. It's no problem. I'm getting mentioned a lot at the moment for whatever reason. Great. No worries. Yeah, I'll just stick by my guns and move forward on the front foot, telling people Earth's measured flat at every opportunity. Because that's what I'm doing. And if you're going to moan at something that you've seen in my scammy nature, according to Jaron, I'll reactively have to deal with that, won't I? To keep my integrity.
Well, I sent you a video earlier. Now, this is not a review video. I'd like
well, while we're on the subject, because we've only got about 15 before we start. Either we're going to be covering internalization. A lot of people pointed out. Sorry, Brian. I keep that thought just for a sec. That they liked when me pointing out that I'd looked in the mirror and addressed my own monsters. Something I've done several times in my lifetime. But that wanted to get discussed by one specific individual and a couple of others who hinted at liking it on the show it was discussed on. So that will be our subject matter if we don't get a video to cover, just so you know. What video were you going to refer to that isn't something you want to cover in response?
Oh, no, this is something I'd like you to watch for, because I wouldn't want you to go. I wouldn't just give it to you and say, "Well, start reviewing this." This is not even something that has to be a review video, but I reckon that you will cover this guy. The guy I sent you, he's
Where'd
an
you send it me?
ex-defense attorney. Can you hear me?
Where'd you send it me?
I sent it to you personally on point. Your personal.
Me, oh, to
Being
me
me and you.
personally.
Yeah.
This is
This
it.
guy, what he does, is an ex-defense attorney, and what he does is he's on YouTube. He's written some books as well. He's on YouTube helping people to spot fallacies in lawyers, right, and scams in the media and whatever else. But one of the terms he uses is derailing the case. Now, what we have going on in this arena with us is we don't have just our own opposition, but we have several different forces within our supposed side of defense trying to derail the case unnecessarily. So that's what it's like. That term is very relevant here, because what he deals with is he's dealing with the same things. He calls it straw man arguments, red herrings, reversal of the burden of proof, not answering questions, all these little things. And he's like, because he has a certain amount of knowledge, obviously, and skill and experience dealing with lawyers. And that was his job and whatever. But the point is that one of the terms he uses is derailing the case, because that's what it seems to be happening. Everyone wants to derail the case that FED are putting together. We're trying to put a case together, and everyone's trying to derail it. We're not trying to derail everyone else's case. We're just trying to stop them from.
I quite like it.
Yeah,
I quite like it, Brian. Especially, I just got to at that point, just while you're linking it to us with us having our case derailed. I like it because most people don't appreciate how. Don't take this the wrong way. No homo. How close we are. That is to say, people will first, when they do see us disagreeing, misconstrue a passionate disagreement between. Let's keep it just focused on us now, Brian. You and I. Right? If you and I are getting right into it, and I'm talking about the point where you'll storm off or I'll kick you out, something like that, we're getting really passionate. They don't appreciate that is always on topic about something hyper-specific that is totally non-personal, ever. Occasionally you'll call John a liar.
Exactly, yeah.
Just let me go to my point.
Yeah.
The other day, again, unbeknownst to the audience, I'd spent several hours with you guys chatting back and forth, right? And one of the discussion points was quite hyper-specific about measurement of flat Earth with that phraseology, when in a hyper-specific discussion about geometry, when it's been categorized, focused in on, and you're on a hyper-specific topic. Your contention, and it's correct, is that when you've got that scenario, saying measuring flat, which is a descriptive term for a geometric principle that would have a better application in descriptive terms as a horizontal plane, just as one of the examples, rather than flat Earth being measured. You could also use flat plane, and that's been argued, I think, by Adam or someone else. It wasn't Adam, to say, I think it was John actually, to say that no, when you use it in that terminology as flat plane, it still covers all bases. But in other words, we've gone through this in a hyper-specific way. I don't think that particular example was particularly heated. You know what I mean? But let's pretend for this example that it was. We were really round about it. The following day, just in this chronological example, although it's slightly false, someone, Bev, came in and then started to apply some pressure to us because his perception was that we were at loggerheads over this, as opposed to, no, there is a scenario where both parties can be correct, hold their position, discuss it, agree with each other and still hold their original position that they disagreed with on, and empathise with the opponent, which they're not anymore, and their position in a certain circumstance. Now, that's so specific, but our opponents don't know that's the case. So they're trying to gain leverage from things that they're never going to actually be successful in. And when they do it, it makes me smile because it highlights your point. We'll get back onto your track now, Brian. I'm not derailing you. I'm keeping us on track, which is to say that their attempts to derail the overall discussion are thwarted pretty quickly because they're trying to find angles of weakness to derail the argument, right?
Yeah, derailing the case, because that's what it is. Well, we're putting a case together against heliocentrism and the globe. And we understand heliocentrism and the globe having their own defense, but we have people who are claimed to be on at least on the opposite side from the globe, who are trying to derail our case. But we also then have to call them out for putting together faulty cases that will only harm the overall case that we're putting together. So they do. What you said is very true. They think when they hear us arguing that means we personally fell out. No. And they come in and they often try to do a little breaking up scenario. Listen, I agree with you what you're saying there, that Nathan, blah, blah, blah. I'm not getting this stuff a load of time. You know what I mean? Whether it be Nathan, anyone else. And the whole point of the agreement is that I'm supposed to be on their side then. You know, they don't realize, no, that doesn't change that I am still 100% loyal to Nathan.
Yeah, they appealed to you quite a bit when Bev was on.
Like I say, there's a misconception about how we are with each other, I believe, not because there's massive amounts of behind the scenes stuff, but it's hard to explain when you've known someone as long as, say, Arwin or you, or even Neil, right? And John Azuria, right? There's a certain relationship, I'm using all sorts of words that people might infer the wrong thing from, that does develop, and there's a underlying unspoken respect between parties that a lot of people on the outside cannot pick up on from just watching a live show or whatever we've put out to them in that instance. In some cases like this one, the opposite perception is gained from the viewer, falsely, to their detriment for Bev. It was brilliant. I don't know if I've published that yet for you to listen back to it, actually, Brian. Did you listen to that back?
I didn't listen to it back. No.
It was like 5 hours long, so I'm not surprised. But like I say, if I get to that bit where, like I say, Bev sees an angle and goes for it with you and starts appealing to you for that particular thing, I don't know, when you say flat measurement, but you hold him to task. You even did a really good job of getting him to listen, better than I did. I was really impressed. You know, that little section of you was just you shining brighter than any star ever, Brian. It was epic.
Well, I like the way he yelled at Elder Bear, whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah, you took the right. You just happened to take. Well, that was I think that was just luck. But you just happened to take the right tone with Elder Bear to get him to shut up long enough to make your point to Bev and point out, no, Earth is measured flat when you're talking about something that doesn't have any elevation changes. Shortly after, Adam got to shine like a super shiny bright star too, because he caught again something that I missed even on the replay, which was him juxtaposing elevation changes with an elevation angle measurement that doesn't have any elevation changes, and you'd put that in when you were caveating him, having taken complete control. It was epic, Brian. You did so well. So did Adam.
Well, the thing is with Bev. Bev is a smart... Bev... Huey can say what he likes about Bev, right? Bev is a sharp cookie, right? Bev knows when there's no point in arguing something. Right, Bev knew there was no point in arguing the point at that point, because what I was saying was true. When Bev is correct, I agree with it. You know what I mean? I don't care if I'm not getting along with Bev or anything else. If he's correct, he's correct, and I won't disagree with him. And I will publicly support him if he's correct. It doesn't matter, because the truth is, I support the truth, right? So if he's correct, I support him. If he says something that's correct, rather than... What happens is that everyone gets into nasty loggerheads mode, and often happens with Bev with people. It can often happen with Bev, and Bev is very good in that mode. But I don't do that when I'm talking to Bev. I'm pure honest, and if he says something and it's correct, I just agree with him. So that's why I got Bev to listen to me more than maybe.
There's three things. There's that.
Bev's wrong.
Let me just add one more thing.
Hold on.
Just one sec. Oh, everybody wants to have a go, right? As I've had plenty of airtime, we'll have John, then Neil, then I'll go.
Bev doesn't know the definition of measurement. Your reference is included in your measurement. The Earth is measured flat is a statement that holds true in all cases. Bev saying that's wrong. He's a moron.
Yeah, but I just want to say he has ballers twisting in their seats. It's actually fun to listen to sometimes.
Right, there is that. Let me just address Brian. Right, there is that, but there's also notwithstanding what I went through, I'm not going to reiterate it here. But there's one more thing, which is that when you went into the Discord server, there was a point that I didn't think it would go over, but I now think it's actually the reason why you got Elderbear to shut up. So they, and I'm going to have to reiterate my point again, because they thought that there was an angle for them to exploit with a disagreement we weren't actually having. They didn't want to lose you. So at the early stages you were in Discord, you're like, if you just keep talking, I'm just going to walk. Now, at that point, there was a consequence because they wanted to appeal to you against me. So they wanted to keep you there, which shut Elderbear up. So although typically that sort of that attitude probably wouldn't have flown, it did because they needed you there to exploit an angle they didn't have. So as a result, you actually got enough airtime to point out, no, Earth is measured flat, but you're describing it in a geometric sense that, yes, you could have a fair objection to be saying that. And then Adam, shortly after, as I say, caught them out, caught Bev out with him trying to juxtapose elevation angle measurement with topology change of elevation, if that makes sense to compare. But yeah, there you go. So that little tantrum you threw, I think, is also partly playing into it.
Well, what I had to do, I have to say this, part of the reason I had to do that was because QE was attacking me. QE was not allowing me to talk. So I said, like, this is getting ridiculous. Was
that directed at QE?
Well, it was directed at QE and others.
Right? It was directed at QE, even more effective, because then you're telling your own that you're going to walk. That's even more effective.
Yeah, see, look, even if I'm angry with somebody, or even if I know they're wrong, or whatever it might be, I will address the things they are right about. Because then I don't have anything, I'm not holding back anything. I'll address what they're right about, and I'll agree with them with what they're right about. Because for me, there's no point in not doing that. But let's just say QE, or what John said a few minutes ago. That's a great example. Let's go to John. Right, John, a few minutes ago, you came in and you were on the attack, but you're not thinking about the things that Bev has said that is correct. Right? It doesn't matter whether it proves his overall point. The point is, he has said things and does say things that are correct, right? And trying to deny him that is not a good look. I won't deny him that.
I didn't do that. I pointed out he doesn't know what a measurement is because he thinks a conceptual unit is a measure, and it's not. When he invokes geometry, he's not invoking measurement. He's talking about calculations. He doesn't understand what measurement is. I pointed that out. You have to have the reference within the measurement for it to be a measurement. Now, we can address that and say the Earth is measured flat in all instances because that is true, because the reference is included in all instances, or we can just say Bev's got a point, which is false.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to have you all. You all well? Everyone happy?
Can I ask a quick question? Can everyone in Discord hear me properly now?
Yeah, but not good, Brian. Not really good, man. You're cutting off a lot.
I got bought a phone.
Right now I can hear you good, but most times you're cutting off.
Yeah, I got bought a phone for Christmas, so very generous by one of the contributors to the show, Paul. And I had a phone. It's just pretty crappy and old, and typically I don't use the phone very much. But you would have been a far better candidate for it. You know what I mean? But anyway.
No, but I don't know. See, this cutting out in Discord thing. I won't take up much of the show with this, but the cutting out in Discord thing. This only started recently, and what I did last night is I downloaded the old Google Meet app and I signed back into the old app. So I'm on that now because this is only something. This wasn't a constant thing. This only started some while back. So I haven't changed anything other than that. The only change I made was that the updating of the Google Meet.
Right now,
after show. Go on,
okay. No problem. I was gonna say, right now he sounded perfect, but on a pre-show, he wasn't so perfect.
It's just one of those things. It depends how rough your line is. When I was listening back to the show in one of the drives yesterday or today, whenever you came on, I couldn't discern what you were saying through the obvious background noise of the road and tyres and wind. But when anyone else spoke, I could, which tells me it's just the audio quality from you is just so poor that for whatever reason it's triggering one of the filters in G Plus or Discord or wherever. But it's just you've got a rough mic. Let's just not go over it now. We've covered it on 4 shows, please.
It's grand, it's grand. I just wanted to ask that, just to
Fair
take that.
Well, I'll start with a housekeeping question.
We're going to cover something else. I'll let the audience know. I mean, it's like a coming up on Flat Earth debate with the amount of things that we've got to do. It's fantastic. Wonderful. So one of the things we're going to cover, because a couple of people mentioned it in passing, as opposed to another person that directly mentioned this in Arwin's chat today. So somebody said, can you tell me which show you talked about addressing your own demons and or not becoming the very thing that you're fighting against as a subject matter? So he wanted to cover that because I think I mentioned it in passing on one of the previous shows. I don't know which one. But I said, no, I'll just discuss it today. It's far easier. It's a discussion point for the panel to go through. Although Arwin's not here and he may not appreciate me saying this, although I did mention it in his chat and he was going, oh, what are you talking about? Because he wasn't being that way that in that moment, I think is why he questioned it. But I'm like, yeah, both Arwin and I are prime examples of borderline becoming the monster that you've fought against. Arwin, perfect timing. So, I'm pretty sure that, glad you're here, Arwin, we're just about to discuss a useful topic that you're directly related to, along with me, becoming the monster that you brace against. When I put it in your chat, I wasn't suggesting that in that moment, while you were talking about how government control the police just by coincidence, I wasn't suggesting that you were being like that in that moment. I'm just saying in the past, you and I have suffered from becoming the very monster that we're bracing against. Yeah? If you say no, then we're going to get into a debate about it because that's a fact. But we'll see. We'll see how you respond. Hello, by the way.
Hello? Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I was talking to you.
Were you talking to me? You
Yeah.
talking to me, Nathan? I wasn't aware of
funny.
that, so it was kind of weird getting in there, and you were in the middle of a sentence. So
Yeah, it's because I was talking specifically about you and I said it's unfortunate Arwin's not here at the moment because he would be a good contributor to this conversation. I even dropped it in. One of your chat commenters said, can you go back to a video and tell me which one it is where you were discussing addressing your own monsters and demons in the mirror and how you, as a participant of Flat Earth debate, can potentially become the monster you're fighting against. That was the sentiment of his chat. He was far more concise than I in repeating it. With me?
Right.
We're on track now.
In my chat today, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I noticed you there.
Brilliant. I'm glad you did. And one of the things I said in your chat was that Arwin's suffering from that occasionally. I didn't phrase it like that. I can't remember what I said, but maybe there'll be an intervention, lol. And you took it to mean that what you were saying in that moment was you becoming the monster you were bracing against, whilst talking about something that was so unrelated to you being like that, and you weren't being like that you took it the wrong way because it's chat. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, now that we're all clear about what we're talking about, we can move forward with the actual discussion, which is becoming the monster you're fighting against, and indeed assessing whether or not that's happening in the mirror. We all cool now? Can we move on with that actual discussion? I'm going to talk to someone else. This is painful, Arwin. Give me something back. Come on.
No, what you need to do is just address you, Nathan, because Arwin is totally not getting what you're trying to lay down, and he's just kind of blasé about it. You need to just go straight into talking about you, and then you can bring Arwin in later when he's fully aware.
Well, now I certainly don't understand what he was talking about anymore. Now that you said that, Brian. What was he talking about?
You're being accused of having a lack of introspection, Arwin. That's what Brian's just done.
What?
You know what introspection is?
Yeah, no shit. I know what introspection is.
He's accusing you of having a lack of it. That's what just happened. This is.
Well, that's an idiotic thing to say because I'm like obsessively introspective. It arguably ruined my life because I couldn't stop doing it. So, no, I don't have a lack of introspection. And I'm very well aware that in my desperation, sometimes I flip around and basically take the role of the enemy. It's a cheap scare tactic to rattle everybody awake like, hey, snap out of it or the enemy's at the door. That's what I do.
Well, there's that. Well, let me give my example. In doing these debates, I got to a point where it seemed like just getting someone to understand my position was more important than listening to what the other person had to say. And it took my wife pointing that out to me, because that's what our opponents do. They're more interested in trying to get their stuff across. And so I had become what they were, and that bothered me.
Yeah. So that's a good example of the mirror. Now, in this case, it's your wife that's held that mirror up. But quite often when you look at it, brilliant, John, you don't like what you see. You go, "Ooh, that's horrible. What is it you're looking at there?" Well, me. I know I am. It's unpleasant. It's not an easy thing to do. My example a couple of days ago was to say that I thought, let's have a look how things have changed, because there's a few people who I said, look, I'm going to make a conscious effort to be better at what I do, so that it encourages people to share with my YouTube hat on, and makes you, in some instances, there were Christians, which makes this example far easier because it makes sense, right? The Christians would say, your show's unshareable for me as a Christian. You go, yeah, okay, I see why. Now, this is previously as opposed to recently, although that is an ongoing thing with me, and I'm sure you can appreciate why. Yeah, I'm a work in progress in that regard. I don't need to disclaim too much, right? Let's not have too much introspection. Anyway, and I've gone back. I've gone, right, let's find a comment from a video that's not recent. So I've just scrolled down through my comments, of which there are bloody hundreds. Eventually, I found a comment from an old video. I've gone, okay, well, that's perfect. Let's go to have a look at that. I can even remember the name of the video. It's stupid SH expletive T that flat earthers say on Flat Earth Debate, part 1. And in that video, I thought, right, for a bit of introspection, let's have a listen and see if I can assess any actual change in how I've behaved after telling people that I am going to do that. You know, have I looked in the mirror enough? Has there been any change? And I listened back and I was bloody horrified, because the person that's putting the claim to me in the video I watched is a mud flooder, or whatever they're called. I don't know what you call that particular group of people. Anyway, he's claiming that buildings have been born out of the rocks, with concrete having been liquefied to pour through existing buildings to become the hills. And he shows an archway and says this was just like this archway that he shows in a building that's got a similar shaped archway. Now, I absolutely lose my proverbial with this guy. And the claim's laughable. There was so little need for me to be the way I was with him. And it was truly, truly horrifying to listen back. I mean, good in a way, because I was like, oh, I wonder if I've actually changed at all. Am I just exactly the same person full of disdain and disgust because I've partially become the monster that I'm fighting against? Let's see if there's been any change. Well, yeah, there has. I have definitely made a change. You know, at the starting point of that, it's just I'll try and stop swearing. I say at the beginning of the intro because I know it's unshareable. I will try to do the same, you know, live by what you say. And it's very difficult, you know, especially if you're dealing with a sweary opponent. But nevertheless, you know, that monster is slightly tucked away. I don't know what else to say. Maybe people will be putting in the comments. I'm kind of imploring people to do that by saying this stuff, because people are going to go, actually, I've looked at you and you are terrible. Here's why. It's like, okay, fine. What you'll get as a response is the introspection that I've done and discussed here. So that's me pouring my innermost out for the second or third time in the last 4 days. Someone else will hopefully pick up the reins. But thank you, John, because you started that example off. Priceless.
Well, what I would say about it is this, Nathan, if you allow me a moment to speak. There's a lot of people out there who have a lot of problems with your behaviour now. They didn't have a problem only a couple of years ago when you were vanquishing the ballers. They were all fully behind it. So they're hypocritical, because when it suited them, they were fully behind it. But when it doesn't suit them, they're against it. Which shows that they're fickle. Right? You're not being fickle. I wouldn't, if you want to personally change, then do. Right? Do personally change if you want to personally change. But don't allow others to force you into it. Other people who would have been 100% behind that aggressive behaviour when it was going towards MC Town or Cats or Rumpus or someone, they would have been totally behind it then. they were totally in support of it when it was getting them the results that they needed. You were getting the results that they weren't getting.
Yeah, you're right.
No,
you are right. There were people.
Christian
I
realm.
don't agree and disagree.
Hold on.
There
But
were people who supported
this,
that. I'll go on. Someone from Discord trying to get a word in.
well, they're not. I think it's me and Neil. And I was just gonna say, yeah, you're describing how people felt. True enough, but I think what he's changing is something that a lot of us, me included, have said something needs to change, because this way that we act is kind of more cartoon version of how we'd really like to be, just talking about the information. Why are we doing all this? Like, and so just because, you know what, it took us talking to each other to realize how bad it is, because we couldn't see it when we were talking to the opposition. So it's a good thing for me. It is a problem because we can see it when we're talking across the table, and we couldn't see it back then just because the opposition, quote unquote, was nasty.
Right. Exactly. That's what I was going to disagree with. That's exactly what I was going to say, Eli, to Brian, which is, yes, I agree. There were plenty of people in the comment section that were telling me how wonderful I was, that then were, as you put it, very fickle when it came to me attacking Ether or whatever it was that they agreed with. Suddenly my attitude and personality was on the table for discussion, where previously it wasn't, and it was praised. However, second time the Christian members of this particular fraternity get a mention, because back then too, the Christians, you know, it doesn't matter if I name any, I'm not going to drag 10th Man or Paula or any specific individual Christian into this, but we'll say there were more than one or more than 10 Christian members of this particular community who generally are very meek and remain mostly quiet until they have a serious objection. Now, their objection was the first stage of me having to hold up a mirror. And I can appreciate from a Christian point of view, because I'm not particularly putting out that rhetoric or putting out Christianity on this show, how a Christian would, as they have said to me, you know, your show's unshareable because of all swearing or whatever it is that's being criticised in that particular moment. Now, I value that more than anything. Now, I don't think it's a coincidence that the counsel I receive from my Christian members is actually the best counsel. Now, that has no bearing on them being Christians, as much as they might like it to infer that, and maybe they would directly say it does, it's because I am a Christian. However, coincidence or otherwise, the best counsel I've received is from my Christian followers, the people who watch who are Christian, who have counselled me, often in times where they want to bugger off and despair at what I'm doing. So again, it takes a certain type of personality to go out of their way to express disapproval of things. I'm sure I'll discuss this on another show as well. So from that perspective, there is a certain degree of just heightened respect for my Christian viewers, even though I'm not necessarily what they would call one of them. Yeah? So for that reason, I have to look back on what's been successful in terms of my looking in the mirror and assessing what I'm doing and who it is that's highlighted it in the first place to get that ball rolling. Well, for you, as someone, normally it's your kids, your wife, the people who can't get away from you, right? I have to tell you, you're behaving horribly because they can't be around you because they can't get away from you. So intolerable behavior has to be pointed out. This is potentially where, you know, a general Christian way of being would be exemplified in this particular attitude that's been taken towards me, which is to say, in a similar way, I'm going to put it as Christian as I can, we love you, but you are a shit. Now, that Christian's not going to say it like that. I get it. But I'm just saying that's essentially the essence of what I'm getting. Now, for someone to approach you like that, it does take an aspect of love to do that. Because if you don't have that, it's far easier to just bugger off, isn't it? Let's be honest. Yeah? It takes effort to say to somebody, you know, you would be helping yourself. It would be to your advantage. And it certainly isn't to mine pointing this out to you for you to stop doing this horrible behaviour. And like I say, that counsel is the counsel I've received from Christians. I'm just gonna be upfront and say that because it's a fact. Anyway, there we go. We're having a little. What's this? Like an intervention without an individual. I don't know what you'd call that.
Well, let me put it a little bit different here. There's nothing wrong with introspection and nothing wrong with looking and holding up the mirror. But once it's done, for you wanting to do it, as opposed to being pressured into it, Now, I understand there's certain situations that where family members do interventions and stuff with their because they have a drug addict or whatever in their family. I get that, but this is not that type of thing. What I would say to you is, if I wanted to encourage you to do it, I'd encourage you to do it because you want to do it. But what I would say to you is, you didn't need to be, you don't need to be that level of nasty to win. You actually don't need to do that at all. You just need to have more confidence. What I would say to you is, you need to have more confidence in the things you're arguing about, but also the way to have more confidence is to learn the details. Then you're confident in it. Because technically, you're a better debater than I am.
Oh,
but
sorry.
I have more confidence because I have more.
You were actually talking to
details.
me when you said you. I thought you were generalising to the audience, but you are actually directing this to me.
No, I'm talking directly to you.
Oh, how lovely.
Your letdown is you don't need to be as aggressive. You need to accept that when your enemy is not going to concede, you don't need. What you need to do is get more detailed, because I have more confidence right when I'm speaking to the enemy than you, but I'm not as good a debater as you. You'll catch things that they'll say that I won't catch, but I have confidence because I have far more details in my arsenal, because I've sat back and I made a point of learning. When I didn't know something and I was going up against one of them, right, and I knew it was coming up, I made a point of doing my best to learn it as much as possible and find out what that thing was, whatever it might be, whatever, accelerometers, whatever the issue might be, right, over the years. I needed to know, because then I have details and I understand and I can argue from a position of understanding, as opposed to what happens with you is you look for, I have to say this, you look for the fastest way out when it comes to the details of something, and you don't get all the fine bits. Whereas if you have those fine bits, you won't. It's like you have confidence then that you can't buy. You don't need to be as aggressive. You just need to use your intellect and make a point of not being so intellectually lazy.
I know I'm lazy.
That's what happens. I understand you're a busy man. I understand you have a family, so I can't expect you to have the same amount of time.
It's just laziness. I'll just back Brian
me.
so he knows I'm not disagreeing with him before someone else pipes up. Yes, Brian, I am lazy. For example, it's not just because I've got family and excuses that I can easily mitigate for that claim. I'm not going to. I'll prop it up. So when I'm in debate, citation, you say, no, I'll take this one on my chin, so I don't have to go and get one. I'll just make the argument without one. I don't need a citation to make this argument. It's mine. It's mine. You just deal with me. Don't worry about having one. Why? I can't be bothered to go get one or learn them, look them up and research them. Nah. If I know the argument, I don't need them. The argument stands alone and I'll win with the argument, so I don't need citations. I'm just lazy. You're right, I am.
Yes.
I'd be more effective if I had them, though. And
yes,
you're right.
Yes, but I know the argument too, but I know it better than you because I made a point of learning the details.
Yeah, you're far better research.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Yeah, I'm not a better debater than you. You're better than I am.
No. Let's not scratch each other's backs. We're here to what's the word? Be detrimental to each other to a certain extent. The audience is loving it. We're going to talk to the chat as well. I don't know if you guys, just so I can preemptively tell you, we're going to go to the chat soon and talk to the chat participants when you're going to love this section. Yeah, you're far more diligent than I am. You do your research. You do primary source research, right? Which I gave up on ages ago. I literally lean on you. If I say this because it's true in the chat often, right? If it wasn't for the panel, I'd have nothing here. Right? That is the bottom line, because I don't do any research. I really don't. I just steal it. And I'm going to put my hands in the air, and I confess to it every time I do it. It's not like I'm hiding this. But it's because I lean on the more, I'm not going to say more intelligent, because it makes it sound like, oh, well, I'm just stupid, therefore I can get away with not doing this research. Brian's got a point, right? Don't be lazy. Don't be intellectually lazy. He's not saying I'm lazy. I mean, I'm getting a bit fat, but you know what I mean? He's saying don't be intellectually lazy. And he's absolutely right. I've just got to agree with him because it's a fantastic point.
Only because it gives you, only because it means when you're in a debate, you don't have the confidence you should have. You shouldn't need Adam there, or QE, or John, or Tent Man, Neil, me, Eli, anyone. Do you know what I mean? You shouldn't need anyone else there. If you're going to debate on a topic, you should have the details. It's not your ability to debate, right? That's no one's questioning that. It's unquestionable. But it's if you have all the details, then you'll have a confidence. So you sit back
Got you.
calmer. You
I'll
won't
even
feel
pop
the
it with an
need to come
example.
forward.
I'll give you an example. There was a debate recently, and there's no question that I was winning the debate. And we're talking about the sky vacuum and NASA and how NASA navigate a flat plane. And the guy's being asked for a citation that he's not providing because I'm demanding one. Double standards, of course, right? And he's not propping his argument up with any citation. And I say, well, NASA described the Earth as flat, but I don't actually provide any citation. I invite him to challenge my claim that there is one, because then I don't have to go and get it. So I position it in such a way that I postulate that NASA say it's flat and dealt with flat and flown on flat, and to be dealt with as non-rotating, non-moving, yeah? But I don't cite it. Now, the argument would have continued indefinitely without me citing it. I'd have still won. But as soon as chocolate, in this case, Brian, so you don't need chocolate there, right? Now, he's not saying I don't need them. I could easily respond and go, no, I don't need them there, and take it personally and go, oh, I'm perfectly... You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to prop his argument up and go, yeah, in that example, chocolate went and got the citation. Oh, by the way, Nathan, he interrupted as I shouted him down and told him off for interrupting my excellent debating. I've got that citation for you. Oh, right, okay. Then Neil interrupted and did get told off because he was interrupting unjustifiably. And then I went and bought up the citation. That made the video. That became an edited video. Why? Because it became highly effective as soon as that citation was put up on screen. Did I go and dig it out? Did I hell? Right, chocolate did it for me. Right, now, again, I could mitigate and say I didn't need it, and I'd be right, and I could easily argue that, and Brian would end up agreeing with me with all the logic I inferred, but Brian's still right? There's a more effective tool that can be employed, but it requires a bit of intellectual, not integrity, what's the word? Fortitude, being a bit less lazy. Yeah, we're all guilty.
That's a perfect example. Let me just, because I know Eli's getting bored now waiting to say something, but when you were there that day and you were trying to recite the main part of that citation, and there's other similar citations from Boeing and Lockheed and others, right? The main part of that, you weren't really doing a good verbatim job of relaying it because you were trying to do it by memory and you hadn't memorized it. Whereas I did memorize it from the very first time I saw it. It's flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. Right? That covers all of those types of citations. Right? Whether it be from Boeing, NASA, any of them. That is basically all, they all basically mirror each other. And that's what's in there. So even if you weren't getting the citation, if you just remember that part verbatim, that way you can say it with confidence because you know it's in there. You know someone won't get it and go, that's not what you said a minute ago.
The audience's benefit, Brian's not trying to educate me on that specific point. It's the overarching point of generally not being intellectually lazy rather than, oh, yes, Brian, I understand your point, and then reciting that example back to him. That's not what he's trying to educate me in. He's trying to get me to be less intellectually lazy. Now, when I say me, I am now going to connect that to the you. Put yourself in my position.
Relax.
And you're going to get there. We're going to get there, Eli, I promise. Go on. We've had enough of this. Go ahead. And then we'll get to the chat. We cleared the airwaves for hot micing. Is that what's just happened?
No, I think that to build on what Brian is saying, I guess if I may introduce a critique.
You may.
Okay. So when it does go into back and forth debate mode, we're fine and dandy letting you do your thing. It just takes a long time to get to the conclusion. Sometimes it's the whole rest of the show. And it sucks the energy out of what the show might have been if, you still get to a conclusion where they've just been belligerent and been talking through. But if you got a citation and force them to get a citation where they're going to go, no, I'm not going to do that. And you've provided one, you can be like, well, get off my show. And everybody will understand clearly you won and it wouldn't need to take forever.
Oh, brilliant. Yes. And I have made an example of that, which comes out. I've give me the perfect segue into a video that's going to be released tonight showing exactly that. Perfect segue. Thank you, Eli. So, later on this evening, before 3-4 day ago show gets released on the second channel at 9 p.m. UK time, as it always does, there's going to be a show come out on this channel. So that's Nathan Oakley 1980. And that is called... Where's my channel? I'll bring it up as quick as I can. It's called Del Minion Proves Earth Rises Up! ! But seriously, dishonesty goes beyond the imaginative conman. That's what the video is called. So it's got a picture of a man pressing an elevator button with a globe head coming into the elevator. That's the name of the video. What did you just say, Eli? There was a segue, a perfect segue that I've now forgotten for why I was recommending that video.
Eli was pointing out that you take a long time to get to the point. Go on, Eli. Sorry.
No, that wasn't the point I was going to segue.
Not even.
Cheeky bastard.
Oh, if you remember, go on.
That wasn't the point I was going to segue with. There was something else.
The citations ending the, forcing them to provide a citation where you've provided one, and they say no. Nah.
No, I can't remember. That wasn't what it was. It'll come back to me. Go ahead, John.
It was about ending the show or coming to the conclusion quicker.
Kicking people out.
And the thing
that was what it was. I've
remembered.
remembered. It was about kicking people out. So your attitude is to say the show would usher along a lot quicker if it got to a point where you've tried to put your point, they haven't provided a citation. Well, in this example, it wasn't providing a citation. It wasn't acknowledging a rebuttal that ended the argument and repeating more than 5 times. And then he gets ejected. And at the end, I give a little preamble that was basically along the lines of what Eli just said, which is to say, at the point that somebody refuses to accept a rebuttal and instead launches into, I'm going to expose you. This is a Dal minion, you can probably tell. But I'm going to remove them very calmly because that's the end of their time in the discussion because they have become unreasonable. So yes, that was the segue. I'm glad we got there in the end. So check that video out because I can finally round up the actual plug to Del's Minion Proves Earth Rises Up. And that's coming out at 9:15 this evening. So if you know what time my second channel publishes a video, it's a quarter of an hour before that comes out, but on this channel. So that's 8:45 UK time, PM. So yeah, check it out. Be Here or Be Sphere on the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel. Subscribe today, share to one, share to all. We round up this conversation. We've had half an hour on it. I heard nothing from Arwin, the main person I was hoping would have the most introspection at the moment. Given the amount that I've poured my heart out in regards to what a monster I've been over the years. Total silence from Arwin. Absolutely nothing.
Well, can I address something while Arwen's...
Go on, John.
Well, the thing is, I think another problem is the reason the conclusion doesn't come is because when you're in these debates and you know you're right and they're only proving your point, it's almost like an intellectual bloodlust. And the other panel members can feel it too when there's blood in the water, proverbially. Anyway, but everyone can feel it. Everybody wants to jump in. Yeah, Neil says share. But that's part of the reason. And that's something that we need to look at ourselves and see is that really necessary? Once you've got them there, is it necessary to keep doing it?
Yeah, that and Brian's mic. Both need looking at. Right, we're going to go to the chat. Shout out to all of you in the chat. This is going to be something that I do a bit more of. Again, I'm reacting to what people have told me that they want from the comment section.
One thing beforehand.
Oh, go ahead.
One thing before you do. The other day when you said when you had gone to Earth Awakenings, the server, you said, "No, I'm doing this now and I'm doing that now. I'm not being that way anymore," and blah blah blah. Don't say it. Just do it, right? Because once you say it, you're held to it, right? And when you don't do it, then you're the worst person in the world because you said you would. Just do it and don't say it at all.
Okay. It's hard to do very hard to do on a show about introspection, but in general, I agree.
I understand that now, but this is a show about introspection. This is like it's cat's out of the bag now. Do you know what I mean? But this is something we could have had this conversation privately. The point is that people, when you say something and you don't do it, it's not always that someone doesn't do something because they're too lazy or they can't or whatever. Things get in the way and people can't complete things, and that happens.
Hold on.
But that's all people remember is the thing you couldn't complete. Whereas if you don't say it and just do it, all people will remember is the thing that you did.
You're talking to the audience, right? It's directed at the audience in general?
Well, everybody, but for you, you're better off not saying it.
I'm just kidding.
Brian's right, because Whitford is quick to bring it back up.
Yeah, but see, that's why I brought up what I brought up. And you know what? This conversation is going along like poetry, because what I'm about to say ties into what John just said about the bloodlust. And I realized it, which is why in most of my conversations, I end them quickly. Not that I'm quitting. I just find a citation and then I force them to do the same, to the point at which they look ridiculous not doing it. And then I end the conversation. A lot of people think that's boring, but I just think it's effective. Because if I continue arguing with them, then I start doing that bloodlust thing where I'm playing with them like they're a mouse and I'm a cat. Now I feel that, like, yeah, look at that misstep he took. I'm going to expose him. And it's just going to last forever, because we can, like, we're like vampires that way. Like, we can see the blood and we want, like, if you end it quickly, you'll never get to that point. It's even times you were speaking to Witsit where it's like, yo, Witsit's agreeing with you while saying he's disagreeing. Can't you see it? Just stop the conversation. Like,
Easier said than done, but I appreciate your sentiment. Right, Neil, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'll make it.
Hey, good morning, Chocolate. Go ahead, Neil.
Sorry, Neil.
I was just saying, you could say I'll make an effort, because when you say you're gonna, Whitsit's the first one there saying, look, his apology was useless, basically. I don't know what words he used because he talks so fast, but in essence, that's what he says.
Yeah, but see, people are going to jump on that immediately. When you say you're going to do something and then you don't do it, the first thing, that's all they're interested in doing, jumping on it. Don't ever say it, just do it.
People are going to get really angry with me if I don't move on, because I've said I'm going to move on to the chat 5 times. They're going to get so annoyed with me, Brian.
I'm not holding up. You go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to get that back.
I'm segueing with your point into the chat. It was just.
Oh yeah, you said you were going to, so now you have to. Yeah.
You got it. Okay, right. First of all, yeah, I'm going to do a bit more with the chat. So just be prepared, because I can put it on screen and I will. So if you say something you regret, as I've done in chats in the past, then just let it be known. It's going to be on screen a bit more often, not just when the super chats fly by. Smash the super chat, by the way, if you do want to support the show. Obviously, hello, Divergent Droid. So Divergent Droids, I'm not going to just piss off every single moderator by saying this, but he's my best mod. Sorry if you thought you were my best mod. Divergent Droid is. It's got to be said, he's the best mod in every chat that he's in. If he's a moderator, he's going to be the best moderator, because he is. Just the way it is. Anyway, thank you very much for putting out the sentiment that I'd love, which is telling people to like and share. First comment from a non-mod, Dorian Gray. Good to have you, my friend. Oh my God, does Arwin ever stop asking for money? I mean, I ask daily, just as much as Arwin does for money, because he in poverty, we're brothers in poverty, right? Arwin's really, really skint. Don't blame him constantly begging. I'm sure he probably gets less support than I do. And yeah, he's poor, so am I. I can totally relate to that. In fact, privately, that's most of the things me and Arwin relate to each other. My God, I'm poor. How overdrawn are you? Yeah, well, you don't know how overdrawn is. I'm much more. That's the kind of sentiment. Yeah, Arwin's poor. Yeah? Why poke that? Yeah, okay, we know. Yeah, he begs. Yeah, so do I. So what? And then he's saying, Oliver win. Very amusing. Uncommon sense, yes. Good to have you. Nice to see you. What up, DD? Good to see you in the chat. Incoming. Okay. Hey, Tony, good to see you. Unindoctrinated, or however you say that. How'd you say that? Unindoctrinated. That'll do. Good to see you. DJ D637. Afternoon all. Afternoon to you too. See if we can get any points that are being asked, any questions that are being asked of us. DD pointing out how many people are watching. Yeah, please share the show if you haven't done so already. Well done for admitting that. Orange is the new egg. Maybe expand on what it is you're congratulating us on admitting. Then maybe I can react to it, or one of the panel will if it's one of them that you're talking to. Is Planet Peterson here yet? I doubt that Planet Peterson would come. I don't know how smart or stupid the guy is. I can only go by what we've reacted to thus far. Who is it that said that? Are they going to mention? Orange is a new egg. Yeah. No. Jeff. No, where is it? Sensual Goat. Yes. Is Planet Peterson here? Yeah, I did put an open invitation out to him, but it is an open door bar. It's like me going to the bar door opening and going, "Oi, random name. You're going to come in here?" May not even be watching the show, so it doesn't really mean much. It's the sentiment behind it in the moment that matters. Who else we got in
He's
here?
still trying to figure out which way the stars are rotating.
Yeah, exactly. We can only point out the stupid nonsense that he says, right? So there we go. Yeah, anyway, hello to you, Sensual Goat. I'll get better at these chat interactions over time. Is this the first one? I don't normally do this. Also, good day to you, Jeff. Jeff Gashead. Nice to see you. Trolls just want to control everything. Yeah, there's only a limited amount of trolly control that they can exercise over the chat, though, eh? Or the comment section. Good to see you, Twitwit. Nice to have you. I think the monster is hypocrising. What is that? I can't see it this distance. Hypocrisy. I think the monster is hypocrisy, Nathan. Again, maybe expand on what you mean. I'll react to it if I can get an idea of what you mean. My monster is hypocrisy. The monster, generally speaking, is hypocrisy. What do you mean? We'll see what Twitwit means. Hopefully, we'll find out. What else we got? Anybody I've not said hello? Matrix Media, good to see you. Groovy, good to see you. It all depends on what is your goal. Run a show? Can you have a character and be entertaining? What's that line from Pulp Fiction? Something about being character and having character. When the wolf character's talking to the daughter of the scrapyard. Sure, there's a good Pulp Fiction quote in there somewhere. Anyway, good to have you. Nice to see you, Groovy. I've not said hello to you already. I will get to the end eventually. Man, there's loads of people in the chat. Was 777 says sup flatties. Sky, my friend. RJC. Iron FE. That's a claim of stationery with nothing to back it. That's what I covered on that video that's going to come out tonight. So stationery, that's non-existent movement, isn't a claim. That's not a positive assertion. So that's precisely what I go through on that video. Be here or be sphere, 9:15 UK time, PM today. If you're watching live, obviously, that comes out. It might be the same guy as RJC, the guy that I was talking to yesterday.
Yes.
It's him. He's in the chat. Nice to see you. Bev Minion. Not Bev Minion. Del Minion. Let's get it right.
Yeah, well,
He said
is not a claim of something.
Say again, Brian. 100 people watching. Please share the show. Good to have you all.
Nothing happening is not a claim of something.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Something has to be you need to be saying this is happening and show that it's happening. You know what I mean? Stationary, nothing happening, and the observation of nothing happening is not making a claim. It's an observation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's incredibly difficult to do as well.
Let
me give you an example. It's incredible for you, Brian, right? You're on a beach. You're in your shorts. The sun is out. You're sunbathing. You've got your factor 50 on. You with me? You're there. You're feeling hot. Right.
Yeah.
Excellent. I turn to you and say, prove there's no storms.
Yeah, it's like, how do you say? There just isn't. You know what I mean? You would have to prove that there is a storm. You know.
No.
No, the problem is they say that you claim it, that you make the claim in the way you debate it.
No, just the observation. We all make the observation that the Earth is stationary. It's an observation that we make because we experience stationary.
It is
we
actually.
have no evidence that we don't.
Careful, Brian. No, what I think Neil's driving at is it's redundant to say it. Now, don't get me wrong, if someone comes along and goes, here you go, here's you saying it, yeah, well, so what? Do I need to back that as a positive assertion, aka claim, of non-existence when you have a positive claim of movement? No, you're the positive claimant. You'll be putting your crappy proof by tossing bottles around, and I'll be laughing at you. What's that? I've got to prove that it ain't moving. No, it doesn't work like that. Oh, what? It must work like that so that you can have a decent false dichotomy argument and show how wrong I am in a claim I'm not needed to make. Nah. It used to work 5 years ago. Not anymore.
The whole thing is debunked by weighing scales. All of them claims, just like by Einstein, it's debunked by weighing scales. Because weight doesn't exist within that paradigm. So there was no mechanism in place for my weight and your weight on a scale to be different. They can't ever be different. They can only be a zero. Every time we stand on a scales, we must read zero because we don't have weight, so we don't have inertia. So there's nothing to press for the scales to press against. Do you understand what I mean? When you stand on the weighing scales, there's a ground underneath the scales, and you stand on it and your weight presses down upon the scales, right? That's how weighing scales work. The ground underneath is stationary, you stand on it, and your weight creates the figure on the scales. But within that paradigm, and the same for general relativity, weight does not exist. So when you stand on the scales, it must read zero if their paradigm is correct, because nothing has weight. There is no weight to anything. It's because weight is only apparent within that paradigm. It's not that the phone has weight and is falling down. It's that the earth is coming up. Their phone isn't falling at all. So you place that phone on a weighing scales, it can't weigh anything. You understand?
Yeah, they don't get it, Brian. They definitely don't get it.
Well, it's that simple. Like the same thing debunks them, whether they're claiming an acceleration or a constant movement, or it also debunks Einstein and general relativity, the equivalence principle. It doesn't work in reality because weight scales exist and because weight exists. If weight doesn't exist, then we can't have a weight.
I might be able to help them. What Brian's done is he's given a tacit acceptance of your claim, and then he has shown how your claim does not hold up if you accept it as true. That's what Brian just did. He has debunked the positive assertion that the earth is rising up. We are not making a positive claim to have to back it in the first place. So I still don't think people are getting that.
Nah, it'll take a while. But that first video is my attempt at that because it makes it really explicitly clear in about 4 minutes. So check that out. It comes out tonight. We'll carry on in the chat. The reason it's great for you, Nathan, to speak on this introspective, in quotes, topic isn't because you have come to a realization, but to force Arwin. Mike 808. Arwin's been decisively quiet, actually, Mike. So I don't know about that. Twitwit, the original topic seems to have shifted from the intended discussion, but ironically ended up being an example of the intended discussion. Sounds very ironic. Try thinking. You should have done this in private. Okay. Richard G, there's something of an Irish wisdom. Maybe. Good to have you. Who was that? Richard G.
Can I just speak to the commenters that are saying you should have done this in private?
Bev.
Done what? Realize that, yeah. But anybody who has that sentiment, because I think someone else also said it. So done. What should we do in private? Decide that we should stop going back and forth with people who've clearly violated laws of logic. Why? That's what you're saying we should have done in private. That's all we're talking about. Not going back and forth with people who don't want to concede that they're wrong or don't have a point at all.
That's not what he's saying.
That's all we're talking about.
God, I can't believe you've put me in a position where I have to defend Bev. No, that isn't what he's saying. It's what you've just inferred. He just said you should have done this. Well, you can infer what you like from that in private. We don't know what this is. That's why I didn't speak to it. But we all know now from you. What's that scene in Godfather where the one son's being told not to reveal his hand to the drug dealers?
I see what you're
Yeah, he says, I have a sentimental weakness for my children. They speak when they should listen.
I wish it
And then
wasn't
he
put
yells
like
at
that.
Sonny after Salazzo leaves.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't put it like that, because now in context, Eli's my child. I mean, yes, we're both black, but that's racist to assume that he's my son just because of that. Moving on. The way is truth. Good to have you. Says, we clearly don't live on the surface of a rotating oblate spheroid, mostly covered in water, hurtling through an infinite vacuum of an aimless, godless journey nowhere. Peace. Yeah, maybe in 2023 I'd have said that too. It is true. I would rephrase that to Earth is measured flat. So puts your front foot forward. Good to have you. The way it's...
AKA the magical spinning water ball.
Yeah. Who else we got in here that I haven't spoken to
Oh,
yet? Kevlar, nice to see you.
Can I share?
Go ahead.
Sorry. I saw the greatest preview for a movie. This is a hell of a segue right now. I'm sorry. I know you're doing your chat thing, but I had to bring it up because I've never been so excited to see a preview for a movie.
3-body problem?
No. The ISS, the movie, is coming out.
Oh, yeah, somebody brought that up the other day.
I just saw the preview for it yesterday and I was dying. I've never been so elated to see some nonsense like that. I can't wait to see it.
Well, then you'll be excited for this one too, because there's one I seen last night called 3-body problem.
See, I wish I shared
your... going to be a home video.
I wish I shared your enthusiasm. To be honest, Chocolate, I don't. So this is casting my mind so far back, right? The computer before this one, I started to buy enormous hard drives. I've got 4 of them. I mean, they're not enormous by modern standards. They're 6 terabytes. But the first couple, I just filled with all of my DVDs. Now, this was just before Flat Earth, right? And most of my DVDs and Blu-rays and whatnot were all space stuff. So I was, so keen. I've got this mad amount of entertainment at my fingertips. I can find all these movies, just a click of a button. Wow. Put them on, space movie on my big screen. Fantastic. Then you find out Earth's flat. Suddenly, when you go back to one, or for me, when I go back to one of those movies, it is difficult, nay, impossible to suspend disbelief. So when you watch Superman fly around the globe to spin time backwards, there are many different levels of that narrative that I can no longer suspend disbelief to enjoy the movie. I just can't do it. So ISS, the fact that it's paralleled with a claim to be real light in a sky vacuum that isn't in a sky vacuum and has its own literal movie claimed to be real that's got a movie being made about it, it's one level further into the suspension of disbelief that I couldn't tolerate to begin with. So my heart sank in that regard to my computer and the movies on it. When I found out Earth is flat, I was like, well, that was a waste of time. I put it in one of my vlogs. I was like, well, that was a complete waste of time. What's all those thousands of movies going to be useful for now? Because they're unwatchable for me.
Yeah. While I understand that, I don't know if for some reason it was something about it being the ISS. And they're going with the story. You remember that? I don't know. I guess you call it feast of nonsense or whatever you want to call it. But when they used to say, well, why would why would Russia and America get along on the ISS, but on Earth, they're all at war, they're all fighting. That's literally the story of it. So a war breaks out on Earth while Russians and Americans are on the ISS. And now it's a whole plot to take over the ISS. It was just so funny. I had to share. I was just like, oh my god, can't wait to tell these dudes. I should have shared it in Skype. Sorry, but yeah.
There's a
Well, to
Freudian
be
slip
honest,
here, chocolate. I just looked it up. I'd not heard of it. We just looked at the title bits at the end. So there's a quote, which I think they've probably not thought about. It turns out in space they can hear you
They
scream.
can hear you scream. Yeah.
Not a vacuum then. Okay.
well, what I would say about it is I'm happy Chocolate brought it up, and I laugh at the idea of it, but I have absolutely zero interest in ever watching it.
That's a good way of putting it, Brian. It is a useful discussion point, and to assess the psychology of those who watch it, those who produced it, and those who the story is based on. All fictional. Well, that's interesting to discuss. As for actually watching it, I wouldn't get the enjoyment out of watching it for the reasons I watch movies. So I wouldn't pay for that. No, it just wouldn't.
I wouldn't get that enjoyment, but there's a different enjoyment I get out of watching heliocentric based movies now. I don't really know how to explain it, but it's like just to contrast that to what they're showing us in the movies to
There's
real
rubbernecking.
life. Say again?
Rubbernecking. You're just rubbernecking. You've slowed down to watch the car crash.
yeah. Because it's a car crash, man. The freaking globe. Come on, we're living on a magical spinning water ball. It's a car crash. Yes, I could have put it better myself. And this is the car crash I like to watch. So, yeah, I'm gonna enjoy the shit out of it.
Well, check out the trailer for Three Body Problem. You're gonna like that one too.
Is it another mafia movie?
It's another one of your
No,
memory
it's-
Roberts ones, isn't it, Neil?
No.
Three
It's
men in
about-
a prison
it's
cell.
about Einstein's
good.
Three Body
So you guys-
Problem.
Hey,
Paulie, we got a 3-body problem.
You guys are definitely gonna watch Oppenheimer, right?
Hey, we just need 3 trunks.
I've watched it.
Why? Nuclear weapons don't exist, right, Nathan?
I've watched it.
Well, they're talking about how light's a particle and a wave, so I thought that'd be interesting.
What's really good in it is that Werner Heisenberg is directly referenced in it, and they have someone playing his part, and how he has nothing to do with it.
No, Neil, I think those
Oppenheimer. It's a good movie, though. Very good movie.
I think those nuclear bombs are absolutely devastating to those little miniature towns that they built to demonstrate them with.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realise, and it's something that I didn't know till years ago, that they have blow up military vehicles and blow up military things. They're all like these. You see this whole landscape of all this tents and military vehicles and all this other stuff, and it's all made up. It's all blown up.
Are you talking about the inflatable tanks?
Balloons.
Tanks.
Yeah, inflatable tanks, all this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, make the battlefield. It was much cheaper to just have 3 tanks and 25 blow-up tanks, and then you look like you've got an entire decimating crew. And when the few shells go flying, it has a much better effect. I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? Some people take that to say the whole thing's fake, and you're like, isn't that again fallacy of division? Well, just because you've got one part that you can show does have blow-up tanks, so you're saying that there's no tanks? Literally 3 or 4 days ago, we happened to drive past part of the country where I don't know who the guy is, right? He's got a sign outside, want to drive a tank? And we pulled in because we passed it on the way, and passing it on the way back, we're like, I'll have to stop there and have a look at all those tanks. And when we pull up, this guy's got these like razor wire with what kind of dog was it? Rottweilers. Right, he's got a whole bunch of Rottweilers, right? And then in front of that, all these tanks that you can just drive. You can just hire them and drive them, these surplus tanks. Now, believe me, none of them were blow up. I'd show my kids around them, admittedly with barking Rottweilers fending us away from the scene. But nevertheless, to infer that just because they do have blow up tanks, that suddenly, all war is fake, I'm not going to go that far. In terms of the propaganda that goes along with war, most of us were educated about that in high school. So if you're not acutely aware that there's a massive amount of propaganda that goes alongside it, but people take it to extremes, and then the next thing you know, you're violating YouTube terms of service by saying that certain people who have clearly died and passed along because of war did not die. And you're like, yeah, I can understand why people will get pretty upset about that. But there are certain things that you can infer from the propaganda that you can expose, and there's certain things that you can't. And there's certain things that they claim to be true that aren't provable by them, the positive claimant. And you can point those out as well. And again, you're not going to be breaching any terms of service by doing so. But many a channel has been lost because they've, inferred something that's outrageous and upsets a lot of people. Anyway, we've gone way off topic. While we're off topic, we've already done an hour of the live stream, so by rights I might have rounded out at this point, but I did actually want to cover a video that someone brought up off the cuff, Brian, I believe, and said that we may or may not want to cover it, but as soon as I saw it, even the title makes me want to really cover it and keep the live stream going just to do that. So I'll maybe take an audience perspective, as we have been a bit more chat interactive today than we are typically.
I have to say, it's directly, see those people out there those people on the thumbnail, it's based around them. He does a lot of videos on that particular couple, and just letting you know, the whole video is based around an interview that they did. So the topic will be very specifically about them.
Okay,
so if you don't want that on your
just
channel,
for those listening,
right?
You know. It's the parents of Madeleine McCann that are on screen, and they've been analysed to death by various different channels. So if you're unaware of the Madeleine McCann disappearance in Portugal, maybe check out some Richard D. Hall videos if you want the conspiratorial side, or just check out some of the mainstream rhetoric. If you want a background to what actually occurred, they were out, they left their kids in a reasonably close villa in a house. When they came back, their daughter had disappeared after they'd been I don't know if it's a few yards or a few hundred yards away, eating dinner with friends. Upon return, their twins are still there, but their eldest daughter, named Madeleine, had completely vanished and has never been found. So they've been subsequently interviewed by the police and various other media outlets, and this will presumably be one of those interviews that he's going to be dissecting in terms of how to use it as an example for his video, which is called How to Spot a Charity Scam. So that's the name of the video if you want to check this out. I will put a link to the videographer, which is Deception Detective. So Deception Detective is the name of the YouTube channel. As I say, I've just put a link to his channel. Please let him know, or her, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and we responded to your video, or whatever it is that you want to indicate that's inoffensive and doesn't immediately get removed because you're barking some flat earth rhetoric at him as a whatever you are. Anyway, hopefully I babbled long enough for a few of the live audience to actually do this. I'm nearly done, guys, in G+, I promise. So if you are in the live audience right now, actually click on the link. You can see it's going on screen now. It's in the live stream chat if you are watching live. Click on it, go to the guy's channel, just say, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Give him a like, give him a positive comment, help him along in the algorithm. The reason I encourage you to do this is because I would hope to get the same in return, were this guy to respond to whatever we get wrong when we're talking about analysis of this subject, which we are definitely not experts in, so there's a good chance we'll get stuff wrong and he might want to correct us or whatever. Hopefully, if he were to do so, he'd put a link to my video in it and share in the algorithmic love that we as flat earthers definitely do not receive from YouTube. So with that being said, any preamble from, I presume it's Brian?
Yeah, I just want to say that I sent you that purely for your own entertainment to watch, that you would be interested in it. I wasn't promoting it as a video you should review, because I didn't want to do that in case it was a topic you didn't want to review. Just letting you know, in case everything goes wrong and you say, Brian, you shouldn't have asked me to review that video, I wasn't asking you to review it.
No, I don't think so. I mean, the fact that it's published on YouTube to begin with makes me know that obviously it's not spiked anything that wouldn't get me, or that would get the video entirely removed, because this video hasn't been. So if it happens to be so close to the edge that it hits a community strike, there may be a chance that I've got to edit something out, or I don't know, maybe. But I'm prepared to take a risk.
The only issue you might have is the PR team who represent the McCanns. They come after people. He said they use the same tactics as Scientology. Same tactics where they come after people who review or attack them in any way. They come after people. So you might have some
hold on.
nonsense in that way.
Would you suggest that part of this would involve us critiquing the parents of Madeleine McCann? Because my understanding is that we're going to be listening to the guy who's exposing how to spot a charity scam with an example using them. We're not necessarily going to directly critique them anyway, and if we do, we do. I mean, so what? If there's a PR team...
I'm just giving you all the warnings before.
No, I don't care.
I just want you to be fully aware.
I accept full responsibility from the PR team that defends Madeleine McCann and her parents in this instance, should it trigger any red flags by sympathisers of their plight. I don't know how we'd be in any way detrimental to that. I don't really follow, but maybe that'll become obvious as we listen. Any other comments?
How can you not comment and not be detrimental in this case?
Yeah.
Speak up, Adam.
I said, how can you expect any comment? I mean, of all the hot topics, the things that, how can we comment on anything in this? Honestly.
What are you, be blunt? Are you saying, don't do this, let's round out the live stream and do it?
I would suggest, do you want to go down a den of satanic paedophilia or not? Because that's where you're heading.
This guy, he's an ex-defense attorney, and he covers it very, very level-headedly. You may not agree, I don't agree with absolutely all of his sentiment, but he goes through the logical fallacies. He's just pulling apart. If you focus more on him as opposed to on them, he pulls apart the type of nonsense that lawyers go through. So he doesn't just focus on them in his videos. He focuses on different topics and different people, but they're probably his biggest topic at present, because that's what most people want to see.
We've heard your, obviously, and you've given me fair warning, and Adam's now expressed his opinion. Is there any other opinions from the panel? And then we'll ask the chat, and then we'll make a decision from there. We'll do it as a group, as we've had lots of introspection today.
Review the video.
Yeah, good. Do start it, and you know yourself where you need to stop it.
I'll know within 3 minutes if we need to stop doing this,
Yeah,
and I'll just round up the live stream. And I'll prepare the audience in the chat. So if you're in the chat listening, great. If you think it's a bad idea, let me know. If you're happy for us to continue, let us know. Give us your ideas and thoughts.
The reason that they have the fund and they fund their own investigation is so that they can control the narrative, so that they can overwhelm the actual police with leads and red herrings to follow and waste their time and their resources with stuff sent to them by their private investigators in order to prevent the police from looking back at them, the obvious suspects.
Okay, so he's postulating that if you overwhelm a subject with spurious subjects to cover, the overall truth won't be, regardless of his opinion on what is or isn't truth in this instance. I entirely agree. It's called muddying the waters.
Yeah, but you see, he's now no longer talking about the Madeleine McCann case, because if he's making that statement, I've got a multitude of objections if that's his understanding of that case.
Why?
Because the police are involved.
He's talking about in general.
It's not saying this is such a shit trap.
But this, Adam,
okay, no. You're hold on, Brian. Your warning, right? Potentially through ignorance, could have been overcome anyway. However, I think the warning now extends to Adam, because whether he wants to or not, he's going to be compelled to put his opinion forward in this regard, and I wouldn't want to stop him, but for the fact that it could get me in trouble, and I think Adam knows that, and that's why he's immediately taken it right to the edge, right, Adam?
Yeah, I'm happy to stay quiet, but I won't be able to comment, because, like, let's say the first sentence, I'm in objection as to...
Well, that's enough reason for me to not do this. For you to say, I would have to exclude myself on those grounds, no, okay, this is too close to that edge. And well done for taking it right close to that edge, Adam. That was excellent.
What the hell is in the video? That's so bad.
Just let me just say something. I'm not saying to continue on the video. What he's doing, this guy covers this case in many different videos from different angles. The whole point of this exact video is to point out use of the funds and what they're doing as more of a scam, creating funds and putting apart what they're talking about and the reasons for these funds and how they're using them. That's what he's pulling apart, showing their dishonesty within this within the interview they're having. How they're not answering questions. That's what he's pulling apart. So he's focusing purely on the fund. He's not focusing on the case. He's focusing on the funds in this, and how they're being appropriated and used.
Well, again, same question. We're only a few seconds in, and I'm going to seek counsel from both you and Adam again. Should we continue or not?
I would go another small bit and ask Adam again, and then if Adam says no, this can't, and then we'll go. I'll go with Adam after that.
Adam, you okay with that?
I'll just stay out of it because I'm going to have objections to the narrative that's being put to it.
Okay.
I'm better off just keeping stump.
Going on ever since the British government got involved, ever since Clarence Mitchell touched down in Portugal, the Portuguese police have been fed with wild geese to chase. And if they don't chase those geese, they get accused of misconduct and get their feet held to the fire for not chasing down every lead.
Now I see where Brian's going to win over because his point's totally valid and comparable to us, isn't it, Brian? Well, we have told you that you need to explain how this horizon works with this boat going over it. And once you've done that, within our calculation, we'll offer you another one and another one and another one. And you've got to explain it. And if you don't, it's because you're not a conscientious flat earther who's interested in proving your point. You're just disingenuous, scammer. You're just not here to do truth. Yeah? Otherwise, you'd explain why these stars go in different directions.
Then you're not an honest person.
Go on, John. Brian.
Yeah, but that's what it is. If you're not willing to keep dancing, then you're not an honest person. Yep. It's like, if you're not willing to chase up this thing, then it's obvious that you don't want the truth. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to you getting to the truth, you know what I mean, past all that rubbish.
Right. So it's a diversion tactic. You fund your own private investigation. You have your own fund so you can shut down anyone who doesn't believe you. So you can fund your own investigation and send leads in order to overwhelm the actual police who should be looking into you. And you have enough money to live comfortably and put on the show that you're actually innocent and searching. Is the Madeleine McCann Fund a charity scam? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation.
Excuse me, just for a sec. Is the gentleman actually in our chat right now? Hi, if it is you, Deception Detective.
I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Yeah.
Let me just check it's not. Let me just check it's not a sock though. Let me just actually click on go to channel.
Same icon.
Oh, it doesn't give me an opportunity to go to his channel anymore. I can't tell.
Surely someone else can verify.
Can someone just double check that is actually the guy? Thank you so much.
Yes, it is.
I think it must be. Yeah. Okay, cool.
It is.
Good to have you. Someone's obviously gone to your channel and said, Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And we're covering your video. Now, you might be surprised at the angle that we're covering it from, but yeah, as you put the sentiment to us, enjoy. You too. Hopefully the critique will be of the subject linked to us rather than a critique of how you're criticising them or not, as the case may be. We'll see.
Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going
to... Again, echo that sentiment. The link to Deception Detective's channel is going by in the live stream chat now. He's already here, but please leave him a comment and a like anyway, because it will help him algorithmically. Go wrap my tongue around it. So yeah, please still, I'll chat a little bit so that the live audience does actually do that. There's 113 people watching that could be going over, liking and subscribing or whatever, helping him along in the algorithm, giving him a view at the very least. So please do that as I'm waffling along with this call to action. As I say always, it's done, Deception Detective. Were you to respond if there's something we get wrong, which we may very well do? We're not exactly analysts of this sort, so we're probably not going to be able to cover it in the way that you have, given your credentials. But if we were to get something wrong, please feel free to critique us, and hopefully you'd put a link to our video in the same way and help us along in the algorithmic love. In case you hadn't realised, it's a flat earth discussion. We receive very little from YouTube. So there you go, his link's going by. Hopefully that's given enough time for people to actually do it and go and leave him a comment and give his video a few more views and help this along in the algorithmic love. There we go. Right, let's carry on.
Going to analyze the second half of an interview the McCanns did with Channel 4 News around 2 years after Madeleine went missing. And it's all about how their fund is low on money. And we're going to investigate why the fund exists if its main purpose is not to find Madeline. So if they believe Madeline can't be found, what is the point of the fund? Let's listen.
To be honest, because as Jerry said, you have to question the motives of people.
So are you still quite hurt by the things that you read?
Well, a lot of the rubbish I don't read, to be honest, because as Jerry said, you have to question the motives of people like that. People who want to insist on something without evidence, people who want to bring, more pain and suffering to a family who are already vulnerable, who are already suffering. You really have to question those people. And
I think this part, I have not watched this part of the interview in.
Go ahead, Adam.
No, I was going to say something here. Part of the deception this gentleman is pointing out is you are a bad person if you don't chase down the baseless assertions, which you all have brought up. The other thing is there's actual evidence that the police need to be focused on, and that will lead them to a conclusion. But if you're not allowed to look at the evidence, how do you ever to a conclusion?
The other thing I'd say, it may be a slightly off-topic point for a statement analysis, but it looked like they'd made major edits in that video, and I don't know if the Channel 4 had just done that because there was quite a long pause between a couple of words that they said, and for is it brevity or whatever the word would be, to keep it a bit more concise, they've hacked out sections. But those little pauses are sometimes when someone's on camera, the thing that I really like to see. There we go. It's just a critique of the editing. It might just, like I say, just be keep it snappy, but who knows? Anything else, anyone?
My last video, we watched part 1, and a commenter mentioned how when they say these people who accuse them of having killed their daughter need to be questioned, that could be a veiled threat, and I believe it might actually be. So when they say, hey, if you don't believe what we say, maybe you need to be questioned. Maybe you need to be investigated. I do feel like that's a veiled threat. And in my video, How to Derail an Investigation, we saw their PR guy, Clarence Mitchell, say some of the same things where they're veiled.
Similar to what we get. So if you don't accept what we say, then you as an individual, as a character, you need to have your character looked into. In other words, it's a glorified ad hominem. Oh, right, well, you feel there's something that should be investigated. Well, then you as a character, you need to be looked at. Why? Surely the aspect that I'm highlighting needs to be looked at, as opposed to me as an individual. But that definitely deters people from doing things like that. That's how we get deterred. Oh, right, you think Earth's flat? Back in the day, now we don't say it, Earth's measured flat. But back in the day, we believe Earth's flat. All right, well, I think you need to be investigated. Perhaps you're a little bit nuts.
Threats that if you don't...
Go on, John. Brian.
I keep it short, Nathan. Yeah, it's a threat of a possible character assassination. If you have any skeletons in your closet, like I have in my closet, then I'll pull out your skeletons before, and I'll make a bigger noise than you could ever do before you could ever pull out my skeletons. It's like that kind of a thing,
It's if you're, and it works well with us if you're going to challenge the narrative, then the instant reaction, be that their PR team or ballers, is to question the individual and their integrity as opposed to look at the question. That's the analogy there.
Yes.
For me.
Yeah, me too. That's one of Brian's major points, actually. Brian does point out that is what they go for. You're either insane, an idiot, or what's the other one? Or a liar. And essentially all of the above are character assassinations.
Believe them? Well, maybe we need to look into you. And this is a technique that Scientology also uses to shut down their critics. Right? So if you criticize us, maybe we might start coming after you and criticizing you. Except the way he did it was he was talking about the Portuguese police.
Yeah, we have also covered Scientology here. The thing is with flat earthers, and I'm going to do a generalization stereotyping fallacy just to achieve my ends quickly. We've already suffered it. It's water off a duck's back now. You know, the amount of character assassination. There's very little left in our closets to be exposed. You know what I mean? If they haven't gone through rooting through every little sock drawer by now. So the effect is far less. It's a real effective sting the first time. My God, it really stings. But about the 400th time, that sting is inconsequential to me. Like a beekeeper. Ow, it really hurts the first time. 4th millionth sting from a bee. It's just batted off like it didn't. You laugh about it. Look, another one. You don't even care. That's us. So when it comes to people like the Scientologists, when we've used them to parallel our examples, like you have done here, it doesn't faze me in the slightest. Oh, they'll come after you. All right, what they're going to do is, have we not suffered that for the last 10 years already? Yeah, we know exactly all about that. But we get it en masse, not just from a small group like Scientology.
But I just so for Deception Detective, if he is still listening in the chat, just so he knows, this topic here to do with the McCanns, that's brand new. But just so he knows, Scientology hasn't come within 10 feet of us, within 100 miles of us, because they know we will crush them. So they don't come near us. They don't even attempt to even address us because they know it's over. We bat them away with our little fingers because they know that we can destroy them because we have the information to destroy them. So they don't come near us. But we understand their tactics very well. We understand what they are, what they stand for, and what they're willing to do because they're willing to do very nasty things.
But what we actually use them for isn't necessarily examples of them as a body, like the institution that is Scientology. We address what Scientology is as the whole because Scientology is a very nice packaged example of heliocentrism. That is to say that every aspect, without exception, of Scientology operates within the paradigm most Western world people believe they're in, which is a ball Earth in a sky vacuum. So that, for future speculation, shall we say, is useful because they've packaged up Scientology and tucked it underground, and it represents, in its rhetoric, heliocentrism. So therefore, you can only infer that the entirety of the Scientology religion, which is based on heliocentrism, has been tucked up in nicely temperature-controlled vaults, according to the rumblings that I understand to be true, without having done any research on them because I'm downright lazy. Nevertheless, we speculate because they are heliocentric in nature, and they're part of the whole crew that has propagated that space lie specifically. You know, L. Ron Hubbard was part of that little crew, and their information about space isn't just paralleling Scientology's information. It's the same information because it's come from the same people with the same purpose. It's just a very specifically religious aspect where most people who are heliocentric, I think they're on a ball, don't realize that's a religion. It's come from the church. It's been derived from measurements of a flat plane for the church to better predict where Easter comes in the case of Ptolemaic heliocentric orbital motion. All of those measurements of a flat plane to give you those religious ideas to better predict star movement have been turned into a very literal religion called heliocentrism, and alongside it, if you will, Scientology, all based on the same ideas taken from measurements of a flat Earth. So with that in mind, that's where we parallel Scientology. But I see more often than not people using Scientology for the entity that is Scientology as it operates in society, how it treats its members, how it operates as a cult, which we don't tend to focus on. We literally talk about the actual aspects of Scientology and Xenu and things like that because their rhetoric is sky vacuum based and orbital based. So yeah, they could tuck it away if it fails. If heliocentrism were ever to fail, it would be archived in the form of Scientology, in my opinion. Anyway, that's a side note. Any other comments before we get back onto Deception Detective? I'm glad we covered this, by the way, Adam. So far, so good.
Yeah, I've just got I understand where you're wanting to go, so it's not about comment on the McCann's case. So I will refrain from doing so or objecting to anything that I hear contrary to my knowledge of the narrative. But I actually think it's got some fantastic parallels that I want to let it play, but I've got a number of points.
Go through them. I've been here for an hour and however long now, so I need to go and grab a glass of water. If you want to just give your points now. I trust you know where the line is, so I'll step away from the mic. The mic's all yours, Adam, for a few minutes.
Okay. So the analogy I'd also draw is the complicity of the media, and I'll just talk. If you look at what happens over time, you can make all sorts of accusations about their bullying, but they're supported by a complicit media. When they come on, they're mollycoddled, they're not given questions of any real merit. They're kind of led to give pre-programmed answers. Yeah, if you get somebody on, like Robert Murat or something, he's given a grilling. And as they're saying here, the people that challenge the narrative, there's veiled threats. And I said the main thing is the way in which the media treated opponents of the McCanns and how they treat opponents of the Ball Earth. The presentation of your argument is ridiculed in both. There's great analogies, and particularly the way the media rallied around these guys. You've alluded to editing before, because there was a lot of very controlled media around these people. There was a point where it was obscene of you to have accused them of having anything negative to do with that, even though there was so many very wrong things as parents that went off that night, that you as a decent parent cannot reconcile why they as parents behave like that. Yet those questions weren't really put to them. And that's the analogy I draw with the ball. Very simple questions that are obvious, that you as a reasonable person or a reasonable parent would say that's wrong. Those questions aren't put, and I would say that's very similar to how, if we're going to discuss flat Earth in the media, the right questions aren't put.
From the chat, deception. Hold on one sec. Deception detector says I'm an attorney. The McCanns are welcome to come after me if they dare. Thumbs up. Very good. Yeah,
he's very vocal about that in his videos, which I would support him on. Just on the back what Adam said there, the thing about it is that they're in a position where they can choose what media they want to speak to. So if you're somebody who's going to ask them any difficult questions, just like within our arena, you're not going to get within 100 miles of them. And that's the thing. They have a choice. And the media that they have a choice of are of the biggest media. So you're never going to get to ask them, if you're a journalist, you're never going to get to ask them the questions you really want to ask them, because they won't be speaking to you. But they will be speaking to the media, which you are a part of, just not you. Understand?
Right. So when Clarence Mitchell did it, he wasn't threatening journalists and the British public like the McCanns are here, if this is a veiled threat. He was threatening the Portuguese police when he was saying, well, if they're not following every lead and instead looking at my clients, maybe that's some police misconduct. Maybe they're being prejudicial. Maybe we need to review those police officers. Let's listen to that again. But this clip must have been there, because I do recall another commenter saying how ironic it is that they talk about people insisting on something without evidence, and you have to question their motives. Well, that's exactly what we're doing here on the channel. When they insist that someone abducted their daughter without any evidence of it, that is a red flag that I question. There's a reason.
Okay, I know he's going to obviously get into his parallels that he draws, and we will listen to them. I know he's in the chat. But obviously there's parallels that we can draw there, right? Hopefully someone from the chat was listening.
Yes, there is.
Brian.
No, I want you to go. I want you to say it.
No, I want you to. I'm pressing buttons and getting coffee.
There's a comment in the chat from Kevin Barbato. Which of these are flat Earth debate? The media, the parents, or Maddie McCann? We're none. We're the people that get threatened for asking the questions. So we're the independent journalists that ask the obvious question about whether it's reasonable or not to piss off and leave your child after sedating her and going out for a meal. Yeah, that we're the ones that ask those questions. And what this guy's saying is, if you ask those questions, then you get your integrity brought into question. So we're those people. We're the ones that are.
Or before you qualify who we are, in this particular example, because Brian wanted me to expand on it, fine. In this example, he's saying that unless we accept evidence without proof, that's the specific example he's onto now, deception detective. And that's where we find ourselves challenging claims without evidence to back the claim. We just have to carte blanche accept a begging the question fallacy that, well, if I tell you Earth's a sphere and then give you an example of how my automatic assumption Earth's a sphere works, yeah, that's what, begging the question, or an example where they force you to accept that which they have no evidence for, lest you be, back to his original example, chastised. How do you define this better than I, Brian? Character assassinated. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to overcome an argument that doesn't have any backing. You're supposed to address something that doesn't have any proof given for it in the first place. Yet you're supposed to address this and take it serious. And when you are unwilling to do that, or you want to point out that no, there isn't any evidence for this claim you're making, you're just begging the question. You're pre-assuming your outcome. Your logic is flawed. It's circular. Then it moves away from the argument and moves to you personally. In some way.
Yes, I'll give you a perfect case in point, because it's coming out on a video later on this evening, if you're watching live, which is to say a guy comes in and tells me that I've got to prove the non-existence of movement. Now, obviously, in response, I'm telling him that's not a claim. I can't prove that we're not moving. That's saying that there isn't movement. That can't be a positive claim. I'm not going to be able to defend it. He insists. Now, 5 renditions later of my explaining why I can't defend that as a positive claim because it isn't one, he starts telling me that I'm going to be exposed and I can't hide forever. Very literally a textbook definition of what this guy's describing.
Evidence was brought up, and in the physical natural world, there's only one type of evidence that is acceptable when you're talking about what is. That's measurement.
Right.
How is Earth measured?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Instead of asking you to prove the non-claim of stationary Earth, why wouldn't they just blatantly just prove that the Earth is actually moving?
Because the objective is to show the objective isn't to show that Earth is moving or spinning up or around. The objective is to show that your opponent is a bad person, and that their argument, which we don't have to make in the case of non-existent movement, is flawed. Because in so doing, showing your opponent's evil, a fraud, a scammer, because they're a flat earther, and therefore their argument that they didn't need to be making in the first place that Earth is stationary is somehow flawed, is enough to win their argument that Earth is either moving up or spinning, without making any actual evidentiary-based claim in the first place. Just a baseless assertion that you're supposed to carte blanche accept, like in deception detectives. It's a lot of D's. Example.
We've done 18 videos on the McCanns because we're doing the exact same thing. I'm questioning their insistence and conclusiveness about a kidnapper or stranger abductor because they are so conclusive about it and have been since day one, despite the lack of evidence. That is a sign of a hoax, whether it's a true crime hoax, like I believe we have with the McCanns and the Ramseys, or a more conventional hoax like Bigfoot, which we've analyzed on the channel, or aliens, like we've analyzed Bob Lazar. So hoaxes have...
Oh dear. Now I've got crossover, haven't we, with aliens? That's unfortunate, because we're going to have to address that, or I am. Unless anybody else wants to pipe up first. Nope.
Oh. Because what you're going to say will be something that deception detective won't be expecting.
Oh, absolutely not. So the whole aliens narrative is being punted upon us to convince you that you've got a sky vacuum, outer space, for them to come from. That is to say that you are peddled the notion that the sky contains soil, that the land is in the sky. That's the very inverted notion that you have been led to believe from birth. I'm not talking to Deception Detective, I'm talking to everybody. So based on the idea and notion that the sky is a vacuum and it contains all the soil, that is new lands to be found, you then have a further notion of aliens coming from those further lands that are yet to be discovered. Lights in the sky like Mars with rovers on them and the moon with rovers on them. That is the notion that you are peddled to believe. Let's just debunk that before we move on so that that can be dealt with in case you haven't heard this before. The sky is not a vacuum. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we're breathing would fill the space in line with entropic law. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. We are breathing gas at high pressure. Without a container, there can be no pressure. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas would never have developed pressure in the first place. It would have vacated into the area of volume in line with entropic law. So there is no sky vacuum. It's all a lie. Just so we're clear about that. Nevertheless, we have a position where... What was my example going to go on to? I've forgotten now.
Aliens and the horizon.
Aliens, of course.
Aliens.
My bad. So, with that notion being held true for a globe believer, you'd have this idea that there's aliens going to come from the sky vacuum on the lands in the sky. In reality, aliens are real. You, in your everyday vernacular, wherever you are from, will describe this notion of aliens. People from new worlds, newly discovered lands, alien to where you live, coming across the pond or whatever to be on your country of home's origin. And then they would be described as aliens, sometimes described as illegal aliens if they've stayed beyond their welcome. Now, that notion is very much understood by almost everybody, the alien notion, because that is precisely what it is. Now, if you look back in our recent history, we had mapped, just add this in, flat territory, developed with flat angle measurements to the stars to give us that mapped territory and negotiate it. And at a certain point, there was, if you will, a ring around it that demonstrated the extent of our knowledge for what lands existed. Now, travellers who you'll be familiar with went out to discover the new worlds out in space, which was, until about a couple of 100 years ago, the description of the areas uncharted beyond the horizon. That was outer space, precisely where the new worlds, and sometimes now described as third world countries, were, fact, discovered. That is our actual history easily demonstrated. Ergo, up until a point in history, coincidentally where we started getting told we're on a spinning sphere based on derivations of flat Earth measurements, we found new worlds with aliens out in space. Those are the facts, Your Honour. There are no sky vacuums or soil in the sky, and the lights have been useful to map the territory flat. There we go. That's my alien intervention because of the propaganda about sky aliens. Hope that was what you thought I was going for, Brian.
Yeah, but let me just clarify. You're saying that where the terms aliens and new worlds and finding these new worlds and all this, all those terms existed prior to anyone believing in grey men in flying saucers or whatever coming from some planet in a sky vacuum. They all existed prior to that, and they all were referencing people, human people, who were on land that was somewhere past where we had discovered.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you saying that I might be living in one of them lands?
Yes. That's how they were mapped and described. Now, there will be, because of heliocentric indoctrination of the Western world and starting to be beyond, if it continues to be successful, there are notions that need to be altered in terms of people's language. Third world country, not good if the new worlds are up in the sky. Developing country, yes, much better. What's that? It's on the map as a new world? Maybe not. Let's call it a continent.
Yeah, but I would like to point out that why this man threw that in is he's just pointing out that he has covered these other topics and these are and the lies that are within these other topics. I don't think we should focus too much on the aliens part, but
No.
just for clarity for the show and for himself if he wants it. That's where all that rhetoric originated.
I get where you're going, but we're still a flat Earth show, and we want to prove Earth is flat at every opportunity. And in the case of aliens, there's a propaganda out there about sky aliens, and it is very directly linkable to our rhetoric about how Earth was plotted out in terms of those territories with the aliens on them, and how the stars and angle measurements off a flat Earth were taken to give you those territories and give you radial values and equators when measuring Earth flat. Very useful opportunity, aliens. Just going to use that segue as it's needed so the audience know Earth's measured flat, Brian.
I understand.
Have 4 criteria that make them all very similar. And one of those criteria is conclusiveness. So the irony is that they are criticizing people for being insistent about stuff despite evidence when they are doing that themselves.
Don't read, to be honest, because as Jerry said, you have to question the motives of people like that. People who want to insist on something without evidence, people who want to bring, more pain and suffering to a...
Man, he's picked good clips, hasn't he, to make his point really well after making it. So as soon as he's made his point about, well, they're inviting people to accept a narrative without evidence, and here's them criticising people who offer these claims and basically encouraging the character assassination by very veiled threat. Hope I summarised all his points.
But he doesn't
already.
Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
I'm going to say that he often doesn't know of the interview. He'll just do this live and just call it as he sees it or as he hears it.
Yeah, but what I mean is he obviously knows the subject well enough to be like us. If we're covering this live, right? We've never seen this before, but I would hope we'd still have plenty of insight to offer. But I'm just saying he obviously knows the subject well enough to make good points, and then the point is made for him in the clip because he's got good points. I'm just complimenting him. That's all. I'm not saying he's rehearsed this and then edited it together. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't. I wasn't going to point finger at you. Just in case you weren't aware of that, he actually just puts on an interview and just listens to what they say and calls it as he hears it.
Gotcha.
Stuff when you really.
And then here's another thing. So I know I'm pausing a lot at the front end of this. I didn't realize Kate was going to be so rich in statements. So we will let it play smoother down the road. But right now, everything she's saying is a follow-up to something we said in the previous video. So now Kate says that you have to question these people because they're bringing more pain and suffering to parents who are already vulnerable, right? So trying to shame the people that don't believe their story. And I actually did a post on X about this, so I'm going to show it to you. Some of the
do we get ever accused of bringing pain and suffering on people?
All the time.
Yeah, to our children, don't we?
Oh yes, of course, we're all child abusers.
Tactics that these mid-level manipulators use, and I've seen pop up in the comments, and how you can identify them and respond to them. So I'm going to switch over to that right now. So conveniently, I did this post a few hours ago.
See, this is going to be the juicy bit, isn't it? As opposed to his response to the McCanns. This is hopefully where we'll get a lot more insight out of him personally. Right, Brian? Yes, Nathan.
Well, it's all the juicy bit. It's all the juicy bit, to be honest.
Mid-tier manipulation tactics, superstition, shame, whataboutism, and false dichotomy. Maybe I'll cover all...
Oh, that sounded like a familiar list. Wow.
all the rest in a different video because the McCanns use all of them. But right now, let's
wow, so do our opponents. Isn't that amazing?
just focus on shame. So often in my McCann's videos or Summer Wells videos or Ramsey videos, I get people saying something along the lines of this comment here from Mike Graham, right? You're making money out of someone's grief. A bit shameful, don't you think? Or these parents have already suffered a...
You're making money out of the lies of flat Earth. Shameful.
Tragedy.
But there is this, like,
you get money, making money out of spreading lies.
Yep.
You're making money out of spreading lies. That's what you're accused of.
Yep.
There's a slight difference between us and the people accusing the McCanns, and that we actually have proof the Earth is flat because it's measured that way. People that are pointing out that they don't have any proof for their position, they're not wrong to point that out, but we're in a slightly different position where we stand.
Gotcha. So what you're saying,
Much
by
stronger.
comparison, it would only be directly comparable if the people who were, by the McCann's estimation, bad-mouthing them, of course, if they actually had, well, actually, I've got footage like the Sabruga, can't say that word, Sabruga footage. You know what I'm talking about,
The
JFK?
Bruder film, yeah.
Bruder. Is that how you say it?
The Bruder, I think it is.
Yeah,
the Bruder
Sabruder.
film.
I've got the Sabruder footage equivalent of the McCanns doing something heinous. Therefore, I do have the actual narrative and story to prove my version of events, by contrast to their lies. Now, John's saying, no, the people who are being critical of their story are simply being critical of their story without actually offering up an alternative. We are critical of the globe and show how it hasn't worked for the last 10 years. But as of 1st of Jan 2024, Earth is measured flat. We can demonstrate our contrapositive position and annihilate the globe by showing how the globe has taken flat Earth measurements to infer it. So we have a absolute stone cold silver bullet to prove our point on our side of this discussion, unlike the detractors of the McCanns. Right, John?
Except you
Yeah,
probably
and not to
disagree.
take any validity.
But this is the interesting analogy with the McCanns. There is evidence that the Earth is flat, yeah? And it's the way the media won't put that to the McCanns, the way the media don't deal with those how do you have gas pressure without a container moments. There is an analogy here.
Don't you feel bad bringing more pain to them? Well, that is a mid-level manipulation tactic where you try to shame someone into backing off of their opinion or just leaving a topic alone. And my response to that has been, and always is, this: I only care about two things: the truth and teaching people how to spot it before misinformation becomes too powerful.
Sound familiar?
Yes,
That's what we're interested in.
A little bit.
Exactly. The information is too powerful with the globe now. It's going to be hard for us.
Yeah, the misinformation may be too powerful. It's already overcome almost everybody in the Western world. Doesn't alter where we stand, Earth being measured flat. When we describe how it's measured flat and all of the tools that are currently in use with Earth flat, and how the globe uses those measurements from a flat Earth to claim it's a sphere, those things are undisputable. It's not like we're going to be called out on our scam for showing how it's measured. But yet, shouldn't we feel shame for peddling these lies? No, it's just measured that way. That's just how it is.
I can't be shamed, I can't be bought, and I can't be blackmailed. Capiche?
I really do need a car. If anyone wants to try and blackmail me. Say again, Neil.
He said capiche, so I said capiche, paisan.
So when the McCanns try to shame the British public or journalists or commentators like myself or Pat Brown or Peter Hyatt or Sonia Polton or Detective Amaral, it is a mid-level manipulation tactic. Maybe it works on some people, but I don't feel ashamed about pointing out a liar when I believe I see one. That's the entire point of my channel.
Cool. Good for you. Yeah, I echo that sentiment. Good for you. That's the kind of confidence I'm trying to instill in some of my viewers, if I'm honest. Take note.
All I would say is the word belief is not a word we use around here.
No.
For ourselves. Well, when I point it out when I know someone is lying.
So what they're trying to do here is a manipulation tactic. Also, while we're on the topic, I'll just point out this other mid-level manipulation tactic, which Kate just tried to do as well, which is a false dichotomy, where she says, right, you're accusing us of killing our daughter. Well, we're already grieving parents. How could we do that? So I've had comments along those lines as well, right? Like this one from Steve Evans. Dear Deception Detective, these people are grieving. They have lost their daughter. It's been going on for many years. I do not believe they are deceiving. I think they are ground down, institutionalized, yet grieving. And my reply to false dichotomies like that, particularly this one, I replied, I also believe that they are genuinely grieving the loss of their daughter. However, I also believe they are lying. Right? So you have to escape binary thinking. Both can be true. Right? I don't think they deliberately killed Madeline. I think it was a tragedy. I think at worst it was manslaughter.
Is someone going to parallel false dichotomy? It's nice, easy, nice, low-hanging fruit.
No, you do it, Nathan.
I want to engage the panel.
You do it, because if you have an example in mind, I'm trying to come up with an example. You do it.
Fine. Same, I'll just plug my video for later. I'm always just going to seek out the opportunity to plug my own material. So later on today, there's going to be a video coming out where a chap comes in because he wants to claim that Earth is moving up. Now, he doesn't want to directly say it because it's embarrassing and stupid. But it's much easier to put the position that I have to defend Earth not moving in a false dichotomy. You say Earth's not moving. How'd you prove it's not moving? Because when you go about trying to do that, I'm going to show how wrong you are. Therefore, my argument that it is moving needs less validity offered if I can debunk your claiming it isn't in a false dichotomy.
Yeah, and that's also a reversal of the burden of proof, because he would require you to try to support that the Earth is stationary for him to even present anything to the opposite. Because for him to present something in the opposite, but without you doing that, is ridiculous. It comes across as ridiculous, if you understand what I mean. So he needs you to do that first.
Sounds like where's your model at, Flat Earther, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's that kind of a thing. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's like,
that was the perfect one, actually. That's much better than mine, John. Can you just expand on that?
Well, the globe believer will hold up a flat Earth celestial sphere model, or a derivative of it that they call the globe, not knowing where the measurements came from for that model. And I'm hooking my fingers when I say model. And then they'll hold up a different model, and one that's based on, flat Earth angle measurements. And they'll hold them up and say that theirs is a globe and yours is a flat Earth. Look how the flat Earth doesn't work.
Perfect. So we've got the azimuthal equidistant projection with a sun and moon that's been created by someone somewhere that's being punted as being your claim before you've even opened your mouth as a flat earther. Here's your azimuthal equidistant flat pancake with a sun and moon rotating above it. There's your claim, flat earther. My claim is this equatorial plane with a globe wrapped around it with angles coming from the center of hell in Earth to the stars. And that proves a globe. So now let you commence defending your azimuthal equidistant projection of a flat plane you didn't claim. Because when you fail, I'm going to be proving that my flat Earth inside a globe with angles to the stars off the equatorial plane proves a globe. Pretty good, John. Pretty good.
Yeah, well, the whole point of that is that their straw man model that they will hand you, their flat Earth model that they will create and hand you, that you're supposed to support and it's in opposition to a model that they built off of the back of flat Earth elevation angles, the Polaris.
Exactly.
They don't even have a model. They're calling it a model. It's actually just a mathematical paradigm, right, that they've created for themselves.
Yep.
So, you're supposed to support this straw man that they're handing you, and that they know that their pre-assumed model can defeat. So once you get into that dangle at all, you're going to lose no matter what you do.
Yeah, because you're in a false
They have got
dichotomy and
the
you haven't
best
realised it.
paradigm.
Yeah, because you're in a false dichotomy and you don't appreciate how the fallacy is being used.
Due to negligence. And Steve Evans replies, grieving and lying. And I replied, grieving and lying are not mutually exclusive actions. The loss of their daughter is a tragedy, regardless of whether they were involved in her death and cover-up. Right, so Kate, right here in this statement, uses two mid-level manipulation tactics that can easily be refuted and pushed back against if you just stick to your ground and realize why you're doing what you're doing. Right? We don't make these videos to humiliate them or mock them or even be rude to them. We make these videos so you can spot what a liar looks like, and I believe they are in fact liars, and they're very good to learn from because they lie publicly, they do it a lot, and they do it in ways that you commonly see in everyday life because they are mid-level, run-of-the-mill liars.
Android Auto gave us the power to
Globers.
Really have to question those people, and I don't value their opinion, you know, because I wouldn't behave like that. So, you know, you can't be, you know, distracted from what is important, which is Madeline, by people like that. The majority of people are good people. They're the quiet majority, and I strongly believe they're the ones that want to find Madeline.
So notice the people who are good are sitting there quietly doing what they're told by the McCanns. Open your wallet to give us money when we ask for it, and shut up if you have any questions about our story, about why we did not help the investigation.
Yeah. I mean, if we were on a spinning ball, you'd think that they would encourage all detractors from that claim to postulate their evidence to detract against it, because it would be the case, and there'd be no need to shut down opponents, right?
Well, there's certainly be no need to pigeonhole, let's say, this show and make a point by YouTube and Google of not promoting it and making it as difficult as possible to find for the average everyday person.
Did you see my screenshot?
I haven't, no, because I'm just looking at a G+. So why would they need to do that if their argument is so solid? If such a solid argument, then why do they need to shut up the opposition?
Yeah, they've already conceded to us, though, that it's not about evidence and arguments, right? I'm paraphrasing. It's about trust.
Yep.
It's not about the evidence and arguments. It's about the trust. And because we don't trust the same people that they trust, where they got their little fairy tale from, that is all right for them to make us look like stupid people. And that's it. They've conceded to that. You could find that in their little How to Debate a Flat Earther article by space.com. That's them. The guys that you Globers, who believe, they're telling you how to debate us. Oh, you can't debate us. Why? Because it's not about arguments and evidence. It's about trust. So there you go.
Just so...
now you're sounding like, as you surmise that, sounds like when we listen to the Neil deGrasse Tyson, why he won't debate flat earthers.
Yeah.
I think that's the analogy I'd have here, because they're the gatekeepers of the truth, aren't they? So it's about how they'll engage and how they deride people that want to ask honest questions, reasonable questions. And deGrasse does the same. Yeah, they might win because they're more charismatic than me. This is what they're saying, that you're a bad person if you challenge this. And my debates sound I'm honest and good, and that's what Neil deGrasse is saying. I'm honest and true. I'm a scientist. So people, if they do challenge me, I don't want to go into these debates because if I did lose, it'd be because the other person's been more charismatic than me. There's caveats as to why they won't do what is a reasonable thing to do.
Exactly. And because I'm the one holding the objective truth stance, I can't afford to lose to somebody who could just beat me without that objective truth, with just charisma and character.
Yeah,
right?
full on.
So I'll just stay away from it altogether.
Yeah, full on poisoning the well with a justification for doing so.
Yeah.
Just for the purpose of letting the deception detective know, in case he is still in the audience. In 2019, we're not just saying this. In 2019, Susan Wojcicki was the CEO. I can't remember. I have her surname wrong. Was the CEO of YouTube at the time, and she was called into a hearing. I think it was a Senate hearing or a Congress hearing in the US, and she was asked publicly, "What are you going to do about flat Earth?" Specifically, what is YouTube and Google going to do about flat Earth? And she said she was going to stop all promotion of it. So that's not just some
I'll just
conspiratorial
a second
thing.
time. So I said, did you get my screenshot? So I've been questioning, why do my videos and other Flat Earthers videos disappear after they go live for a prolonged period, and then maybe 12, 13 hours later, about the time that you'd lose all steam on a new live video, do they then appear? And I went into my stats, I don't know what I was doing in there. I just ended up in this particular stats page, and it said, live stream, most recent, published 53 years ago. Did you not see that?
I did see that. And I don't know if that's just a YouTube glitch or if it's something that the algorithm is intentionally doing.
I'm not saying that is directly. I'm just correlating it for the sake of this particular example to say we are suppressed, and me seeking out little breadcrumbs from what might explain why I can never find my own damn videos was just that, me thinking about it, and then, oh, what's this? My video was published 53 years ago. What's going on?
Is Deception Detective still out there?
I've been keeping an eye on the chat. I don't think he has. He did pop his head periodically. Let's have a quick scroll left just in case I missed him. I don't think so. I think he popped by.
He was
Go on.
Probably disappointed because he thought you might be evaluating his performance. But you were doing a parallel.
Yes.
I would ask him, Deception Detective, if perhaps maybe in the future that he can make a case for the Globe and have him on side of the Globe, right? As he's a defense attorney, and put up a defense of the Globe, and then we'll come in and we'll talk to him, and then we'll see if there's any parallels to the case and how it flows. How about that?
That would be interesting.
Why we refuse to do a polygraph. Why we refuse to deny involvement. Don't ask those questions. Don't be skeptical. Never be skeptical. Just sit back and shut up and open your wallet when we ask you to.
And you're appealing.
And if you don't shut up, maybe we need to question your motives. Maybe we need to sick a private investigator on you or a lawyer on you. Right, another funny thing in my last video is so many people saying, well, I'm surprised they haven't sued you yet, DD. I think it will come down the pike. They are welcome to try me. Right, if you don't know, I am an attorney.
Yeah, express this exact sentiment in the chat here.
I don't need to be like a Detective Amaral who has to fund his own defense. Right, they are welcome to try me. I am happy to depose them. I would love the opportunity to depose them. So they're welcome to have at it.
Now that's this, isn't it?
What happened to the money that you had previously? There's around, I understand, 3.
Sorry, Adam, I couldn't press the buttons quick enough. Go
I
ahead.
say that's it. Bring it on, Neil deGrasse. Bring it on, McCanns, yeah? You want us, come and get us. And they won't. Tony tried to get to a court, they make sure the truth can't be heard. It's not conducive for the McCanns to challenge somebody like him, is it? Because the things they're trying to not talk about would ultimately come up. And it's the same with us. It's why NDT and Brian Cox won't really engage with this. That's why all we get is what was served up.
Trolls. That's all what they are. Trolls. If they're the people we should be addressing because they're the ones who hold the high priesthood of heliocentrism, those are the people that should be discussing and debating it with us. If we're considered the high priests of flat Earth, as we are sometimes being described. Well, why are we dealing with the trolls only? Well, because we're censored. Why? Well, because it's very dangerous to have the truth that isn't globe related being put before the public that are being lied to. Needs suppression.
So all he'll get, you see, is the same. Just trolls in his chat, attacking him, questioning his integrity, calling him a liar, an evil man. Yeah, for this specific. But what he won't get is the thing he's goading there, really, isn't he? You know,
He's as likely to get to depose the McCanns as we are to depose Tyson.
Yeah, exactly.
250,000 left. What happened to the previous money that was donated?
Okay. I think the first thing to say is that the priority today is very much about asking the public to help us with a petition to get the government to do more. We have been...
So notice the journalist asked them, what happened to all the money? You had all this money, now you only have 50,000 pounds left. And Jerry doesn't answer, right? So notice the deflection. He reframes. The priority today is asking people to sign a petition. So all the taxpayer money, our donations, our grants we received, whatever happened to that, that's none of your business. Be one of those quiet majority, those pleasant little sheep who never question us, who do what they're told, who feel shame if you question us. What happened to that money is none of your concern. Right now, we're asking you to do us another favor. Now go sign this petition.
The parallels are so freaking
Being fortunate, although it's not helping.
NASA. Don't worry about how much money NASA getting.
Don't the curvature. Don't worry about the curvature. No, this is why are you asking about that? Don't worry about that. What do you mean? That's what it sounds like to me, man.
Don't worry about the clouds.
Never mind the clouds.
Helped us get what we want by having a fund, and the fund was set up in response to people offering money, and it was set up properly, and the fund's very accountable. It's independent auditors. We have a fund administrator who's got lots of experience, but the vast majority of the money in the fund's been spent directly on search fees. It's obviously supported other things, awareness campaigns. We have a part-time coordinator now. We have a media liaison to deal with things like this here and in Portugal and trying to get our messages across.
So notice the fund is not just for searching. It's also for reputation management, media liaisons. People like Clarence Mitchell, I believe, right? So Clarence Mitchell first came onto the scene a week after Madeleine went missing. And I did a video about this, how to derail an investigation.
Can we draw any parallels here? I don't see that we can.
You see, it's distraction, isn't it? What he's saying here is, we're not researching the nature of the Earth, are we? We're spending a lot of money showing people that we're researching. NASA would be a lot of money spent to do what? To achieve what? You know, all that science that's come from it. Yeah. What have we got? We've got Teflon and Velcro, as far as I'm aware.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
NASA doesn't have to prove anything to you.
No.
It sounds like you heard that nonsense.
No, the money it spends is to maintain an illusion. And I think that's what being parallel.
Well, what you know is they spend a lot of money on sweatshirts and T-shirts and hats that people can buy. The production of the creation of those. So people buy a sweatshirt or a hat with NASA on it. It's a symbol of support, that you're supporting the narrative, whether you realize it or not.
Yeah, it's like a sports team.
Kind of, yeah.
He was from the British Foreign Office. He came to Portugal to support the family and then was hired on full time. So he left his job, as far as I understand it, right? From what I've read in the British press. He left his job to become their PR person full time, which is interesting, which is why in that video, I hypothesized that maybe he does know what happened. Maybe he does know something, and if enough pressure could be put on him or enough incentive, maybe he would reveal it. because the decision to quit a government job to be the PR person full time for the parents of a missing girl is a very bad job security choice, unless you know that girl will never be found. For example, if he quit his job at the Foreign Office, became their full-time PR person, and Madeleine was found the next day, he'd be out of the job. He would have left his job. He'd be stranded in Portugal. Why would they have to pay him anymore? Madeleine was found. So I do believe, and like I've said in that video, so I recommend watching that one, How to Derail an Investigation, if you want to see a powerhouse of persuasion and understand how the Madeleine McCann investigation was derailed so early on when...
See, I do disagree with an aspect of this, which is knocking on the door of the liars. If he's claiming this guy's an insider and knows the truth, then I by parallel, don't advise people who watch this show to go knocking on the door of NASA, asking them for the truth, or associates of NASA asking them for the truth. Because once you've identified somebody as a liar, appealing to them for the truth, I appreciate it's not a good parallel, because in this guy's line of work, that's what it's designed to do, right? It's like Anthony. It's law, digging out the inconsistencies to expose the truth. Whereas our inconsistencies from our opponents only help them leave fuel on the fire of confusion. So they like that. The inconsistencies don't fuss them. So there isn't a great parallel. But for us, by parallel, I wouldn't advise going back and asking the guy that, what, you think that NASA are going to tell you what the sky is now that you've got a load of questions about why it's blue? Because it's not a sky vacuum and you've realised how they've lied to you. Don't go asking them for the answers. Walk away. Turn your back on the liars. It's why we very rarely cover NASA, because we have done precisely that. Actions speak louder than words. We have turned our back on them. Occasionally we'll use them as a hostile witness, but that's about it. But yeah, again, for the guy, that's not necessarily directly parallel for you. Don't take it as a critique of you.
The British government got involved.
He's in a different position, Nathan, because he's talking more about a court of law situation where somebody could be held to account in a court of law, whereas NASA have no reason to have to be honest with you.
Yeah. Same with the trolls. That's my point. Exactly, I agree. And same with the trolls. You know, the people who come here will throw their own credibility, credentials, integrity. They'll throw it all on the bonfire if it means they shame you as a flat earther. They don't care. But your Neil deGrasse Tysons wouldn't get away with that, which is why I labelled our opponents just the trolls. Because obviously you can't have Neil deGrasse Tyson going entirely against heliocentric rhetoric to get 1 point against a flat earther in a discussion. He ain't going to do that. He can't. He has to be seen to maintain his integrity and his position with consistency. That cannot be done in debate if you're a heliocentric priest. It has to be done by the anti-flat earthers, who can just relinquish their globe rhetoric where necessary, if it means they win a point.
Well, I would just like to say you're dealing with two different standards of evidence when you're talking about what this gentleman's speaking about and what we're talking about, because there's, like, say with the lie, right? Being able to show a motive and actually knowing the motive are two different things. You just have to show a motive in law, right? But we're talking about what we know of what is the physical world. So the only standard is measurement, and unless you're talking about what's happening in the physical world, then you'll get into the scientific method. But the baseline for our discussion is not necessarily the same for what he's talking about. That's my only, as far as parallels go, my only problem.
Yes, indeed, and at the point where these parallels deviate.
Away from him, because I want Nathan to hear it.
Go on then.
Yeah. Was one of the last things he said there before you stopped playing the video was derailing the investigation. That was my very point at the start. Is that's FED are in the process of investigation. We are building a case. And all we have, it's understandable, as I said, from the opposition, where they're trying to derail the investigation, to derail the case. But we also have groups who are supposedly on our side of the fence, who are also trying to derail the investigation that we're making, derail our case, or present a case ahead of us that is fraudulent and incorrect to muddy the waters for our case. So it's the derailing of the investigation. That's the biggest parallel. That was the main parallel I was talking about when I first brought up the video to you. Because that's what's going on.
Are you saying that Robert Murat and the Portuguese police parallel Unis and Ethereans?
Well, I'm saying anyone who's trying to derail the investigation into the McCanns, derail the case, are the same as anyone who's trying to derail our investigation in our case. Because what are we doing? We're building a case. We're building a tower of evidence, layers of evidence on our side. And we have people who are claiming to be, who should really be on our side, who are actually trying to derail us, as well as the opposition trying to derail us. So from all sides, they're trying to derail this train. That would be the parallel I would make, because that's exactly what's going on. Like it goes on with, as he said, with Scientology as well. They're trying to derail anyone who tries to. They're trying to derail anyone who tries to put a case forward against them. And the McCanns are brilliant at it. They're constantly trying to derail. Like they're doing their best to keep an investigation going, as opposed to their best to find their daughter. If you understand what I mean, it's kind of a subtlety. That's what's going on there.
Excuse me.
Look at someone like John Campanella. What does John Campanella do? He keeps the investigation going, but he never gets to a conclusion. That's all he's ever done. From word go, that's what he's ever done. Where he's building up to something, then he's a complete disaster. Then it's all apologies, and it's back to building up to something. Then another big disaster, and then it's all apologies, and it's move on to the next disaster, and the next disaster, then the next disaster, then the next disaster, then the next disaster. Build up a lot of steam, only to end up in a disaster, right? It's like that's a derailment of the case. That's a derailment of the FED investigation and the FED case, because people are not going. It's not going to be heard. Well, it's not going to be heard. I mean, how are you going to get a judge? Let's say a judge. How are you going to get a judge to hear your case when what is supposed to be the same as your case has proven to be an absolute disaster? Do you understand what I mean? Some other group who have a similar case as you, they claim to have a similar case to you, and their case is a constant disaster. Why should the judge listen to you? Do you understand? If you know what I mean, that's the main parallel I would draw.
And it's also the reason it's important we make a distinction that we're not trying to make a ball a ball denier or a flat Earth believer's case. We aren't doing that. Just so everybody knows.
What's everybody know? I was making a thumbnail and my stupid iPad made a whole load of noise.
We're not making the same. Brian was putting this in context of a court case. We're not making the same case as flat Earth believers or globe deniers.
Well, I'm glad
we're not interested in doing that.
Yeah, that's why I drew it close to the live show at that particular point, because it's like this is where our parallels start to deviate in this video, and he's making reference to a video about the derailment as a separate video. So I'm like, this could get messy quick. And then Brian drew a slightly different parallel as soon as we started the after show. So I'm like, yeah, that was the right move. I'm glad we did what we did, though. We did a hell of a lot more than I thought. We got about, what did we get into his video? About 5 minutes in, probably. No, we got 15 minutes in of a 56-minute video. That's a lot for us.
Yeah, and we didn't even stay on topic as much as we probably should have because we kind of trailed off a little bit. And we probably over-egged it on some points. But, I mean, as I said that to you because I knew you'd have an interest in that. And, excuse me.
No, that never happens.
What never happens?
The trailing off into incoherent minutia, that never happens.
No, definitely not. We don't do that ever. That doesn't ever happen here.
And people's own agendas.
Yeah, that doesn't happen either, though.
People just waiting for their turn to talk rather than listening to the people that's talking. Yeah, that doesn't happen here either.
You didn't like my idea of having him present a defense of the globe. You didn't like that.
I don't like that as a YouTuber. So if I'm in someone's chat and someone's like, hey, Nathan Oakley here. So you're like, oh, that's nice. That makes me, would you like to come on and talk and do this, that, and the other? No, I was coming to watch this video. I just happened to be made attention. My attention was brought to it by people coming and forcing it right down my throat. But I'm here now and you're going to start setting me to task. I'd be furious if I was him. And that's probably why I buggered off. No,
it was just a suggestion. He buggered off long before that.
I know, it was just a joke.
It wasn't. I wasn't joking.
Yeah, you're setting people to task. I get it.
So hold on. You need to tell me, Nathan, that if you were on a show and they realized that you were the Nathan Oakley and they asked you, hey, would you mind coming on and breaking down Flat Earth Thrust on my channel, that would upset you?
Yeah, if they're asking me while I'm in the chat listening to what they've got to talk about there and then, suddenly while I'm in the kitchen with the iPad about to eat my dinner for the sake of argument, they go, would you like to go? Yeah, I'd love to, while my two kids are screaming their heads off about the fact they don't like broccoli and I'm trying to get some food inside me.
At a later date, they actually, would you mind coming on my channel?
So what, a different example?
Then and there.
You mean if you make it a different example that I didn't make? Yeah, well, I mean, in a different example, in the example where you just happen to go along to someone's show, they recognize you, and before you know it, you're being asked there and then to go on the show.
Nathan, a real good bloke.
Did QE ask him to come on the show right there? Hold on. Did QE say come on right now? I didn't hear him say that.
I said when you get a chance. Didn't I?
Either way, setting him to task there and then. Whatever.
Well, Nathan, I'm disappointed that you, a real gladiator can slay a glober in the middle of his lunch break at a whim, too.
Thank you, Mr. Introspection. So glad you could pipe up.
What's to play on the video?
Nah, it's going to deviate way wild now. It's going to go off the... I mean, I can, but I'll tell you now, it's going to... We'll see.
But the fact that he left that job to be a PR person full-time, I believe he must have some sort of job security. They must have told him something to persuade him that he will be in the job for a long time. Right, that Madeline will not be found tomorrow. Whether they said it explicitly or whether they insinuated it and he was smart enough to pick it up. But anyway, that's a long shot. That's a different topic. I won't belabor it. But it is another thread that we could follow. And in that video, I talked about how we could pull on that thread. But I'm just raising up these things, just like the idea I raised about...
I would say that's a bad direction to go because even if it has validity, you've got to kind of prove something that's not really provable without an admission or some paperwork. And it only comes across as more conspiracy than anything else. I would say he would have been better off to keep that out of his video.
Well, no, someone else, maybe it was you, Brian, said earlier that the standard that he's seeking out is those are the means and channels that he seeks out that sort of information from. You said, paperwork or confession? Yeah, is in law, right?
Yeah.
Making a petition to go check all the wells within a day's drive of the hotel. The reason for doing that would be to see how the McCanns respond to it. So
what you would do immediately, I love his standards, is seek out physical evidence in reality. boots on the ground. Yeah, I totally agree with you. By contrast, you put boots on the ground and measure Earth flat and show that. That's what we do. Yeah, absolutely. We can do and have done that and can demonstrate how that is done and how Earth is functioning. Yeah, we do that. But that's the standard you'd want to apply if it's not being applied and you've got someone distracting away from that standard like we have for the last 10 years. And it's been successful for the last 10 years. Amazing, isn't it? He's so right, he doesn't even know it by parallel with our subject. I mean, I'm sure he's right in his example too.
So they're doing it every day.
So measuring a flat Earth, I don't think Brian likes that.
This could dissent. Handbags out, Brian. Handbags out.
Well, no. What he's saying is he has suggested that it might be worth doing because I've heard him in a previous video. He's just bringing this topic to the people. They already almost everyone listening to his videos is aware of this. He suggested that it would be a bad idea for a petition for all the wells within 100 miles of that location in Praia da Luz to be searched, just to see what reaction would come from the whole point of not that he actually expects, not that he's ruling out but that he expects to find some evidence, physical evidence, is to see what is the reaction from the mechanics.
Okay, I missed that, but now you've said that, doesn't that just undo your own criticism previously, which is to say, by doing so, he might actually get somebody to stumble over one of their previous statements, let something out that they shouldn't, preemptively try and cover their own tracks because they suspect something might be found. In other words, he's seeking out a reaction to a potential search that might yield, it doesn't matter what it would, because it probably wouldn't, but the reaction that he gets as a result of instigating such a search is what he'd try and get his confession, paperwork, whatever he's looking for from. Right, Brian?
Well, if he gets a reaction, and a strong reaction, it means that he might be actually onto something. It means that there might be something in a well within 100 miles of Praia da Luz.
Okay, I've got big news. Right. My eldest daughter's going swimming. That means I'm left with my youngest daughter. So while the conversation can continue, it's going to be highly unlikely that I can even hear the video to play it. You can probably already hear the background noise. So
no worries.
We can carry on chatting. There may be interlude, whatever the word is, that I can get bits in between Clover screaming her head off at me. We'll see. I wouldn't want to be accused of child abuse should she make any banging noises. Let's put it that way.
Why continue? I think you've already established the parallels. What's the goal in continuing?
Well, that's a good point, Brian. As I'm probably not going to be able to, great. Hopefully this is enough to generate a conversation that doesn't require my screaming child to be heard on mic.
Yeah,
well, Nathan,
we can talk about why we would continue. We'll argue about that for 30 minutes.
I would like to talk and reiterate while I can how on form Adam was. So my wife and I were in pieces when you were describing your archery, and he said, we call that darts.
It's probably laughing.
That was really good, by the way. I did like that.
Funny last night.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Adam's he's in rare form these past few days. I like it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Was you talking about zeroing your sight on your bow?
Yeah, I was doing it. I was using the Modus Ponians.
The Modus Ponian.
What Kerry was doing was he has a bag at one side of his car in the garage, and he stands at the other side of the car and rests up on the roof, and he shoots arrows across the roof to the bag. This sort of form when he's listening to rock and probably drinking beer.
How else could you zero sight though?
I'm not zeroing sights.
You're not? Why are you
practicing form?
Playing darts.
Form. When I go and shoot and practice, when I say I'm going bow shooting, unless it's at a tournament, it's all about form, and more form. Your form, my form. Form. Doesn't matter where the target is. As long as I can shoot an arrow, I'm good.
No swearing.
I didn't swear.
I'm just
No
kidding. Shut
fornication
up.
talk here.
It served its purposes last night, and I'm going to do it again. I'll tell you what, though, just in case you're interested, there is some serious cold weather coming this direction over the next. I think it's this weekend, so it's going to get bad.
Can you not heat the indoor archery range?
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a nil on that one. I won't be able to heat that. It's a waste of money.
Is the cold front moving east or west? I'm not looking at the weather.
Where are you at in the world?
Tennessee.
Tennessee, you're going to get smashed too. Coming Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Look out.
Are you doing plugs?
No, I'm just telling them to watch out because it's going to get pretty darn cold.
Oh, no, you're not talking about the weather. Oh, Clover. We're going to have to do something about this sausage.
We're getting thunder snow.
Say again?
Are we going to get thunder snow?
Nah, I don't. We're going to get some snow. I don't think it's going to be thunder snow. I do like that, though.
I did. I've never heard of that, but I just like the idea of it.
Pretty sure that's
Especially
proof of
when
the
you're
ether
like,
right there, isn't it?
especially when there's no one around. Everything's really quiet, and all you can hear the snow coming down. It's really cool when there's no wind. It's absolute. I can't describe it. That's my happy place.
So Thunder Snow is not the name of a band or an album.
No.
I can't think of a pun quick enough. There's quite enough air for me to get one in, and I just haven't got one.
So you liked his darts comment, right? You thought that was pretty special?
I thought the whole show was good. I'm only about halfway through. Again, like I say, I had it on. I was in the live chat, right? Did I hear anything that was said? No. Now I'm listening, actually going back and listening to it. I learnt my lesson from the cathexis days.
Ah. Thanks for not doing that whole video, by the way. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I picked up on that it was gold. And no, I think you did a better job of it, to be honest. Same goes for the editorial version of Wits It Gets It. Because when you say Jedi mind trick, there is a certain aspect of that. When after the fact Wits It says, I'm positioning other people's claims. And in some vague way, he tries to drop that in subtly at the beginning when he postulates a reason to affirm the globe's claim in the first instance, precisely what I'm trying to get away from. And the justification is, well, in response to you measuring a flat Earth with the horizon, you can get a line from a single point. Now, in the actual discussion in the full length of it, you could argue that he's postulating the opponent's position, which is precisely what he would say in defence. But the way it is phrased and put to me, this is what John put to me after I'd done the edit, no, he's just putting that to you, and he is. And when you put it into the edit, you're like, well, you're far more brazen, because that is exactly what he's doing. But he Jedi mind tricked me, so it didn't make it into my edit. It's hard to look
Well, you
from the
listened
outside
to me.
in.
I said, okay, Jaron, you've been paying attention to your panel.
Okay, McToon.
Touche.
Hey, Nathan.
If we're talking about that video that Kiwi did yesterday, I love the induction is deduction and pattern recognition is prediction. That was wonderful.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Everybody. Hey, I had a question
Hello.
for you. being that I heard it now this morning, again, an argument that they use, which is probably going to be the 2024 argument, I guess, because I've heard it late December now early this month, is when you are pointing out that you can't see on the other side of an obstruction, like the backside of a hill. Now their reply is, all we see is light. So it justifies their argument and position that they can see on the other side of something that we would call physical, because with everything just being light, all of a sudden it takes away its physicality and you don't have to worry about it being a physical. How do you feel about that? I'm just very curious.
You're saying, how do you overcome them relinquishing their own argument that the horizon's a physical Earth curve obstruction by telling us, well, it doesn't matter that it's not a physical Earth curve obstruction, everything's just light. So you just respond,
exactly.
So not Earth curve then.
Right, exactly. Like, oh man, I don't know. That's a good point. I'll use that.
You after me talking about being Jedi mind tricked, that's perfect. No offense to you, this is going to be slightly derogatory, but yeah, what they're doing is Jedi mind tricking you, aren't they? Arwen's got this. It's called confessional debating. It's like in essence they're saying, yeah, we don't have Earth curve. The very fact we don't have it and can't see it is my proof that it's there. And you go, how do I overcome this? Because it seems like a response. Confessional debating.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's literally.
At a more, just one more thing. At a more advanced level, and QE will. Hold on, Eli. Just one more thing. QE will love the fact that I'm pointing this out, right? Confessional debating 101 was actually refraction in the first instance. When they beguile refraction, that is the very essence of confessional debating. What they're doing is chopping their own head off with their reply. If it's refraction, it's not geometric. Yeah, that's our argument, Sunshine. Telling me it's refracted is basically telling me it is an Earth curve then. You know, but that they pop that out or begurk it out like it's a rebuttal. You're like, what?
Right. I just see that it's I've never heard that before, but and again, late December, or like I say middle December, I heard one person say it, and then now it's just like spreading. Now more Globers are like, all we see is light. Like they just latch onto it. But it's just going to be funny. I guess that's the new 2024 argument for them, I guess. I don't know.
There's a phrase, because Eli's desperate, he will get his words in, but there's a phrase, memorize this.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Just say that, it really pisses them off.
Yeah.
In the back.
And all I wanted to say was that they have tried to intimidate us out of actually making our arguments. Like, because how many times did we say that they're not going to actually be able to repeat the Black Swan argument? And who's yet to do it? Because they're like, no, forget you, and forget that, okay? How about you not think about that again if you love your family? Let's go on and talk about this math over here.
Yeah, divert away. I mean, them saying it's just light is the biggest "we have nothing" statement ever.
Yeah, it's really weird when they're like, all we see is light. But it's almost like I said, it's taking away that physical, and then but then like Nathan said, like, well, then there goes your physical geometric horizon. There's no more Earth
Let me ask you a question.
So,
what did you say to this?
Neil, he's making the most important bit of the point in his discussion so far, which is the conclusion, and you rumpus him. Try that once more, Apocryphon. Thank you, it was epic, and that was a great conclusion till Neil interrupted it.
No, I'll say it again. It's like you said, Nathan. When they say all we see is light, which then is justifying their position of that it's no longer a physical thing, because light could just bounce over obstructions and hills, and you can see the backside of a hill because it's just light. Then that takes away their geometric horizon that they once upon a time used to argue and they used to die on that hill, pun intended. And now they're changing their tune and saying it's just light. It's always
exactly. Just to re-summarize, so they're relinquishing their own geometric horizon. Yeah, that's right. Just on a slightly side note, I know it's a complete tangent and nothing to do with this subject, but just if you're listening, Rufy, how's that geometric horizon working out for you, sunshine? Good? Good? Yeah, that's right, Apocryphon. Yeah, they have to relinquish their own geometric horizon, don't they? That's unfortunate. In other words, relinquish their own
Everybody
globe
done?
faith. Go, Neil.
I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
Is it safe?
Well, I'll go after you, Neil.
I want to know what the response was when they were saying this. Did it last for 2 hours?
No, I actually kind of dipped out. Well, they kept dragging me in though with they kept tagging me, but I responded exactly what I said to you already, and they just you know they do. They just waffle off. Go ahead.
They have a problem.
I'm sorry. I'm confused. I don't even understand how that's a rebuttal. All we see is light. So this Earth curve that we're supposed to see, wouldn't we be seeing that with light?
Yeah.
What? Like what?
Yeah.
Wouldn't we see it blocking stuff with the light we see? Yeah, like your math says it does. It's an anti-flat earther stepping away from the rhetoric, because if you really want to take it to somewhere that is totally devoid of the front-footed nature, I want to move forward, you take them back to their Earth curve calculator. Here it is in your Earth curve maths, marked with an X, labelled horizon, physically obscuring things with its hill-like nature, and just get them to renounce their faith immediately by saying, no, that's not the horizon. It's like Judas. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is. It's right there, labelled. In fact, the title of this maths is Earth curve maths, but it isn't, right? Yeah, renounce it more for me. Egg 'em on.
well, the thing about it is that they have a problem. First is that light is also physical because it's energy. Energy and matter are both physical. But them stating that everything that is light or they're seeing light or whatever nonsense they want to claim means that they don't have any matter. You know the thing you would measure that supports their claim. There are no solids and liquids to support their claim. Is what they're stating.
This is a great example of sophistry, isn't it? Yeah. Sounds clever, the argument, because it's got a point, and so we try to engage with it to rationalize it. But I'll read the definition. Sophistry, the use of clever but false arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving.
Yeah,
It leads to Chocolate's reaction of what the hell does that even mean? Do you understand? You have to then try and interpret it because it sounds clever, doesn't it? Well, I suppose when you think about it, yeah, all we do see is light. So you agree with that, but and try to then rationalize it as meaning something. It is just sophistry, that.
No, it doesn't sound clever. Like literally, you need light to see. So why the hell would be the rebuttal? Is all we see is light.
Agreed.
Like, if this is where they are in 2024, I'm good, bro. This is crazy.
That's why I'm saying your argument
just
is the
mock 'em.
appropriate one. What the hell are you actually saying when you say that? Yeah.
Sorry, Adam.
And it depends if you're gonna involve the so-called speed of light within that argumentation.
Who are they?
Anti-flat earthers specifically.
Who?
Anti-flat earthers, people who are content
Sure
to
about that.
defend the globe by relinquishing various aspects of the globe. In this case, relinquishing an aspect of the physicality of the earth curve they're setting out to prove exists by saying, we can't see it, it's just light, so its non-existence proves its existence, strictly speaking. And people go, wow, do I need to defend something here? Know when you've won. We did a video about this about 6 months after the Black Swan came out. Know when you've won.
Well, I mean, all respect to George, rest in peace. But I mean, he came here and did the same thing. He literally told us one day that the fact that you can't measure any movement of Earth or rotation means that we're rotating. So yeah.
Well, everything is light. Well, It is. Remember? All we see is light. Well, yeah, that makes sense. If everything's light, not to besmirch your point, Nathan. Well taken. Welcome to Flat Earth. But the anti-flat earthers, that sounds like shits at 10.
I was
This
say
ham
it is
sandwich
Ethereum
light.
now.
Hold on. Maybe I'm missing something. My ham sandwich is light.
Yeah, one of the things I
thought
thought of.
the light, we just see the excitation of the matter in response to the light. That's all we
Yes.
see.
No,
Which it said everything is light.
Like the cake the Merovingian gives that chick in the Matrix. It's like that, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Hey, Nathan, in the chat, I posted a photo that I.
If you're gonna quote him, you got to quote him correctly.
Eli's rumpus in you,
It's sorry, everything is the different modalities of light. But go on.
he said everything is light.
He said everything is light as well.
No, you're not listening.
okay, well.
Eli's correct. Eli's correct. So the analogy here, it is like the cake because it's now in physicality, which means it's light manifest at a lower vibration, which is how we perceive the physical world.
Yeah, or matter is the manifested light. You know?
Everything is
The other way around too.
Do I have to go dig it out?
Don't mention the equivalence principle, Brian.
E equals MC squared.
I posted a photo in the chat in Discord, and this is what I was trying to explain to them. Like, okay, this is what I mean, because they're like, "What do you mean we see on the other side of the hill?" I said, "Okay, let's take the Black Swan. You have 2 oil rigs. On one day, you're only seeing half of it because they're behind the ball. On another day, you see the entirety of the platform. So I drew an S to represent. You only see the bottom part of the S on a curved Earth." But then on another day, you see the total S. That other side of that S, or the top of the S, would be the other side of the curvature Earth that they believe you're seeing. So then I'm like, you're saying we can see the other side of the hill, and it just so happens to be like a flat checkerboard straight across, like you're looking at it at a horizontal view. They cannot grasp that, or maybe they just don't want to grasp that. They don't want to accept that because it destroys their
I
claim.
hate to be critical because you're right, and it is tying into an example I make when I try and clarify what they're saying when they describe something beyond the hill being seen when there's supposed to be a hill in the way. But you've already stepped past the actual argument. If Earth's a sphere radius 3959, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The first half of the modus tollens essentially just lays down what they're claiming. So if you can keep that in the forefront of your mind, if you're in this position to argue this, then keep reasserting that fact. Because if they then move on to deny the first statement in the modus tollens, as I've already said this, but they're essentially denying their own rhetoric, because their rhetoric is Earth's a sphere radius 3959, and every distance to the horizon can be measured no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Here it is in my maths, marked with an X and labelled horizon. But it's all just light, man.
No, that's a straw man.
Yeah,
Nathan.
I have
That's a straw man.
I have something to add. What they're actually doing is, for the first time, they're actually detailing their paradigm correctly. Because within their paradigm, there is a consistent over 6R, right? Amount of over 6R. That is a consistent amount of standard/terrestrial refraction within their paradigm that's always there, right? And it's there at different rates from hour to hour, which means that for them, they're actually being honest, whether they realize it or not.
No, that's
for
wrong.
them, everything is light, because there is no physicality that they can produce to be measured that will produce their glow.
I've got to disagree with you in principle, because for an anti-flatty, yes. In principle, they're claiming physical geometry, though, aren't they, Brian? Measurable.
They claim that, Nathan, except they always, after they've done the maths, that would be this physical geometry, they then add in whatever amount of over 6R they need to add.
But we already
know it doesn't matter what they do beforehand, because the end result is it's always light. That's the end result.
No, the basic geometry of Earth curve maths is an assertion of the mathematics of the physicality, and they're using it to compare to reality with photos. Ergo, it's a claim of the mathematical derivation to offer physical proof of Earth's curvature in the form of the obstruction at the geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You're not going to take me away from their claim in their maths for their geometry by adding their mitigation to that geometric claim, which is what it is. A physical geometric sphere edge is their claim. It's Earth curve. For you to say no, part of their rhetoric is to say it's just light bend, then there is no proof of Earth curve. That's the original rebuttal.
Yeah, exactly.
Was
That's
that
the point.
It's not their geometry.
Where's
but
your edge, flat earther? What's your edge?
Yeah, let Arwin say it. Arwin's first interjection of the show that's been useful, Mr. Introspection. What was that, Arwin? Go ahead.
Where's your edge, flat earther?
Yep.
Where's your edge?
Exactly. So when they ask us, like comparing to the guy that we were covering in the live show, they only ask us where our edge is because the most devastating part of their argument is also their positive claim that they've got an Earth curve edge for boats to go over. They don't. Right, Apocryphon? They don't. It's just light, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny
Or
too
the
because
edge to fall off of, even worse, right? That's what the Globers sometimes think.
So charge us with it. Charge us with it. Where's your edge? If we can get you on the back foot in false dichotomy, arguing about your edge of an azimuthal map that we can fall off, then I automatically prove that Earth is proven by a physical geometric sphere edge that I haven't even had to bring up. False dichotomy.
Exactly.
Can I ask Apocryphon? Can you guys hear me?
No, chocolate.
Yeah.
All right. Can I ask Apocryphon? What was that in response to the statement of all we see is light? What exactly did you, or whoever it was that put it to them? What was the statement in response to?
That's a good question. Let me go back in the long conversation in the text chat, and let me tell you
I can
what.
answer him without you needing to do that by inference. He didn't even have to do it. He inferred Black Swan. That was the reaction.
Oh yeah, it was. They posted the Black Swan photo, and
there you go.
That the
Told you.
Yeah,
it was
that's
the
what I
refraction
wanted
on
to.
the
That's
bendy
what I
crane.
wanted to clear out.
Yeah, chocolate.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was the bendy
That's what I
crane.
wanted to clear up. The bendy cranes.
Yeah.
So they've gone to the bendy cranes, right? Again, it makes me reiterate my point because, yeah, my initial reaction to you, Apocryphon, was to say if you've got in the forefront of your mind how the logical consistency of modus tollens works, then you're affirming their physical geometry from their Earth curve maths. And that's the forefront of your mind because in that argument makes it clear that the modus tollens is based on the what? Horizon. Distance to horizon measurement can be no more than. What about these bendy cranes? The horizon's your Earth curve claim. The thing you want to get away from with the bendy cranes is the thing that you used to claim proved we had Earth curve in its physicality with boats going over it. Now it's all about the cranes. It's right there in the modus tollens. Distance to horizon measurement is the argument. It is the argument because the distance to horizon measurement is their claim of a measurement of Earth curve. It is that simple.
I would like to make a correction. The geometry is not Earth curve geometry because they're using flat Earth measurements of a differential between eye level and sea level to calculate the geometric horizon.
Yeah, my bad. Spot on. Old habits.
So what happened was.
Hold on, Apocryphon. Go ahead, Brian.
That's why I said that for the first time ever, they're actually detailing that paradigm correctly. Because that paradigm always is and always ends up at the unbending of their globe. Right? It is a light unbending of their globe. So they'll talk about all these geometric measurements and they'll go through all the calculations and then they'll add in as much over 6 hours as possible, which means that all they're ever actually, whether they realize it themselves or not, all they're ever actually doing is claiming that what I'm looking at is not there. That's all they're ever actually claiming.
Yeah,
so
slightly
they're denying
non-standard refraction, i.e. a
something.
holographic projection of a clock from behind the physically geometric reified sphere edge horizon, refracted up to meet your eye line. So it's not really a clock. It's a mirage. Their whole rhetoric is to tell you that what you're seeing isn't really there. Yeah, Brian. Good summary. Go ahead, Apocryphon.
Right. So what happened was originally they were talking about refraction as normal, and then the comment to that, they said we're not seeing the physical horizon. We're seeing the light bouncing off of it, and then someone said, "Well, then how do you see the horizon behind the oil rig, behind the obstructed object?" And then that's when they're like, "All we see is light." So taking away that physical presence or obstruction, and then just making it seem that it's refraction, which is causing the bendy crane. And then I posted a photo
Just before you go on,
showing the.
Before you go on, so what was their first
Okay.
response? You read it out. I think it was the second comment. Just read that once more. That's the point where you stop, by the way. But second comment, just one more time.
He said, "We're not seeing the physical horizon. We see the light reflecting off of it."
Stop. Yeah, perfect. You hit right on it. One more time, just the first half of that, please.
We do not see the physical horizon. We
That's
see
Earth
the light
curve.
bouncing off.
Sorry. So what they're telling you, we don't see Earth curve. That's what that statement says. Know when you've won.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. And then he ended up saying that actually, we don't see the Earth curve.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow. Yeah,
What?
they literally said that.
Nobody claims.
Bro.
Nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve.
You're now getting what you're now getting from Arwin is some of the renditions of similar fundies who've had to do a similar thing and end up basically having to relinquish their
Professor
own
Dave, he
fundie
said
belief
it
in
as
Earth
well.
curve as a result.
He didn't.
Who's rumpusing me?
That was Elijah.
Eli.
Professor
Third
Dave,
time
he
this
doesn't
show.
even think we're supposed to see it.
Again, Eli. I was rumpusing you that time.
Like Professor Dave, he doesn't even think we're supposed to see it.
Are you talking about Professor Phil?
No, Professor Dave explains, thought in his debate with the Flatter Dave, that it was ridiculous that he would even expect to see it from the surface.
What?
They have to relinquish their own claim and just recognizing when they do it rather than thinking, is that a rebuttal? No, that's them confessionally debating to their loss. We don't see the physical Earth curve. What the physical horizon you're claiming is at 1.2 times the square root of the observer sight feet in this maths, marked with an X and labelled horizon and claimed to be the Earth curve that boats go over. We don't see that. Yeah, we know we're flat earthers. We were well aware of that 10 years ago. Yeah, nice that you can admit to it. Good.
Only took a few minutes.
Rumpus was just very early with all of this. We thought like, wow, they've gone crazy. Look at this Rumpus guy. He's just, we never claimed that. Yeah, we were there. We got it on record. We're playing your clips, claiming that thing right now. And then we thought that's over. But no, that just became the norm a few years later. Now they're all doing it.
Well,
we do have a geometric horizon. We don't have a geometric horizon. Rumpus.
Yeah, see, look, in the end of the day, what you're seeing is not really there. That's all they can say.
Yeah, you see that hand in front of you? That's not really there.
Yeah, exactly. See that hand you're holding up? Yeah, that's not really there.
That's quite the flat Earth.
Yeah, Mitchell laughed.
Yeah, that was great.
Mitchell laughed. Brilliant.
So the physical obstruction that is the horizon can't be seen.
Not if it's no light.
There's no hill in the lake. What are you talking about?
Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Coming from the guy who just claimed there's a hill in the lake.
Is that your physical hand you're seeing? Yeah.
Correct.
No, it's not.
I remember that. So in the argument, when they use like everything is just light, I said, "Oh, okay, so now when you see a football, you don't see a football. It's just light. How do you pick up a light? How do you pick up light? Or are you picking up a football? And then they're like, oh, come on. Like, you're straw manning me. I'm like, you're saying everything's just light. So you're taking away the physical properties of things and then making them to do whatever you want to in your paradigm. It's crazy, these guys. It's just crazy.
Yeah, when someone kicks when a goalkeeper kicks a football out at the goal, and way down the field, someone takes the ball on their chest. How do they know they're taking the ball on their chest? How do they know that the ball is really where they think it is? You know what I mean? It's that ridiculous.
Right, I know. That's what I was pointing out. That's why I said, "Oh, so how do you pick up light then?" I'm like, "What does light look like?" So, because like you're grabbing for it, you know,
Well,
it's physical, man. I'm like, and then it just went
well,
off
see
to
what
like other stuff.
happens. What happens is you have like, a cult leader, he'll just say something because he's like, freestyling off the top of his dome. Not that he really like is committed to anything that he's saying. And then, all of his, common interlocutors, they come out and they really believe this stuff, and it gets more and more ridiculous, just like the anti-flat earthers are.
Right.
Yeah, but this
And matter of fact,
can't be in a ring of believers.
matter of fact, it was Craig that said it first, I think, FTFE, when he was like, "All we see is light." So that was him justifying the nonsense. And then I think McToon repeated that. So now you have all those followers and worshippers of these two goons, like repeating what they said, not understanding that they're like leading them down a bad path because it's just complete asinine to believe that way.
I hope they keep going. Yeah. 2024 Globers. All we see is light. We don't see Earth curve. Yeah. We're good with that. Keep going.
Expect not to see like chocolate.
But remember, there was a point in time when
Hang
you
on,
could measure.
chocolate something.
That's what I was pointing out too. Like they've dropped the physical horizon now, and now it's just light. But it's weird because, like you said, these guys that they look up to and they follow and worship, they say key things, and then you realize, you hear it again in the arena. Like, I don't know if you remember, but in the middle of last year, uh, the crisp horizon was the new buzzword for them, and that was their new argument. Oh, we don't see a crisp horizon, so because it's not crisp, we know it's refraction. Like, they're all over. They keep changing it, man. They keep moving that goalpost. That's what they're doing with these
The
buzzwords
horizon's
and these.
supposed to be crisp now.
Yeah, like that.
You gotta love it.
That was mid 2023 arguments for them. And McToon, Craig, they started saying, and then all the Globers started repeating that.
Again,
Oh, we don't see a crisp
you need
horizon.
to recognise what's going on.
Is that
They're mitigating for why it isn't Earth curve. So recognise what's going on. They're supposed to be proving the horizon is Earth curve, but yet they're offering you mitigation for why it isn't.
Right.
There was a point in time in this discussion where it was claimed to be measured. I don't see how you move past that.
Get started today.
Right.
Well, you move past
Is
it
that
by
not what you just see on Potato Earth?
Crazy.
No.
Well.
What, a crisp horizon is not what you'd see on a Potato Earth.
Well, refracted. The problem comes down to the thing that they said they measured before. Now they say they can't see.
Well, no, the problem is talking about what is in the physical world, and they're claiming not to measure it now.
Well,
yeah. Well,
when they say physical, they mean energy, John, not matter. Sorry, apocryphal.
Okay.
You measure energy too.
I was just gonna say, I posted another photo in the chat. This is kind of like what sparked that. because they're like, oh, you can see the bendy crane in the background, so that's refraction. Then I posted a photo where there's no bendy crane because the conditions of the sky were perfect that day, and now all of a sudden you can no longer claim, oh, that where it's coming up from behind the obstruction of the curvature.
I hate to do this to you again. Yeah.
No.
You lose track of the argument. What's the argument? The horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not the cranes.
Right. No, I know that. I know they fail to, not even the crane's distance is in their head. They're failing to realize that there's a horizon beyond that second crane. Like, they're not getting it. They just don't get it.
Well, because they're retarded. They have to be retarded because they're retarded. I'd like to go back to Bevtard. Bevtard, if you're out there. What the hell is a false dichotomy modus tollens? I'd like to know what that is. He kept on saying it yesterday. I went back and listened to the first part of the show. I missed that little gem. What is a false dichotomy modus tollens?
It's not. It's a fallacy. You can't go on from the first one.
Is that grown-up physics?
Married bachelor.
Obviously, you didn't get to that point in the video yet, Nathan.
It's a logically consistent, or it's a logically fallacious logical consistency is what that is.
Yeah, married bachelor.
Is that it?
Is that what? You brought it up.
Is that it for today?
No.
Oh, what
Give
are
me
you trying to
any
do to us,
ideas.
young man?
Get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, check it out, Owen. You're trying to ruin the show on us.
Perfect. And with that.
You know, we don't need reminder of key words. When we got Nathan here, we try to keep him here.
Oh, he's got an agenda, Neil. He's trying to end the show because he has something he wants to bring up, but he's not going to talk about it on the show.
Come on, QE is a genuine interlocutor of the FED.
An interlocutor? What now?
That's not somebody from the politics server pretending to be a flat earther. He was just throwing that around. He was like, "You're a genuine community person, a genuine interlocutor, whatever." It was hilarious.
That's a new word to me. What does interlocutor mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
I assumed a buddy, someone who relates, common, friendly. Common cause kind of thing.
Just hold on. Adam's chat GPT in it right now.
I am. I was just waiting for the moment to read it. Yeah.
I told you.
So, what is a false dichotomy modus tollens? There appears to be a misunderstanding in the phrase false dichotomy modus tollens. And neither false dichotomy nor modus tollens are directly related to each other. And neither term is considered false or incorrect. Let's break down the concepts it does say, which I won't bore you with. Therefore, calling something a false dichotomy modus tollens doesn't make sense because they are two separate concepts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about type in a what did it say? A give me a second.
This is a family show.
Bisexual.
No. Oh gosh.
See, you knew Neil with all the homoerotic films he's been watching.
Those movies. It's those damn movies.
Clover is listening. Clover is listening.
Try to watch a good boxing movie. I won't go any further.
Then he wanted to watch these cowboys that go camping up a mountain.
So Adam, type in biconditional affirming the consequent.
That's the same thing as a false dichotomy, the biconditional, isn't it?
He said the difference when with the thing that would make an affirm and the consequent valid is not an if statement, but an if and only if statement. And I said, whoa.
What is that? I still don't know what it is with the black swan. Right? After all this time, I still don't know what it is that Emma. What problem Emma has with it? As in, she's like, what is this peace statement issue? I still don't fully grasp what that is.
Of course, you know why, Brian. They're still upset.
Your guys expose it. These are the brain childs of people who are trying to deflect from the truth. Your guy said it. He's spot on. That's what's happening.
No, QE told them, don't talk about it right now, and they got all offended.
What I do know is, what I did hear is the only critique I heard of it was from Bev, where he says, with the start, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, then the horizon can be no more than X distance away. But the critique I heard from Bev was, why? Who has measured the distance to the horizon? That was the critique. But that's the only critique. And like, that's not on us, because we're not the one claiming to have measured anything to the horizon. We're pointing out that mathematically, if the Earth is a globe of radius 3959 miles, then the horizon, what they'd call an horizon, their edge, can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it's not I don't see how it's a critique on the black swan or on us, because it's not to do with us. That's not our maths. You know, as in, we're not the ones promoting it as a reality. So that's the only critique I heard. I don't know what it is that Emma has a problem with.
I'll tell you what, I heard the same thing from a baller that came in here and said that the black swan argument was an example of the black swan trying to make the if statement our positive claim.
No, that's the whole point of it being a conditional statement. Like, on the condition that it is a sphere, then we would expect fucking. Why? How? No, man. You just stop communication with them, because at that point, I don't even. It turns my speech into mush, man. It's like, no, the condition is, yeah, if the Earth is a sphere, not who's measured it. It's their claim. Mark with the X in the math. It's right there. As soon as you Google it.
We're falsifying the sphere because they gave us the numbers, right?
Exactly, Neil. Sorry for talking over you. No, it is. We've been given these maths that they can't give us. They can't produce the origins of the claimed radius that they have. Now, I can produce them. We can produce them because we know where the radius calculation came from, right? But because they're claiming it as a measurement, they can't produce it because it was never measured. But it is their maths that they are promoting as being reality. And what we are doing, Neil, as you just said, is falsifying these claims. And which is why everything is light, man.
Everything is light, man.
Are you saying it's not chocolate?
Yeah, I'm saying it's that.
Yeah, are you saying everything's not like chocolate? You know, because that's the next route, isn't it? So you have to then somehow defend their burden of proof reversal nonsense to try to put. You know what I mean?
I can put it into a false dichotomy. I'll defend that everything is awesome. Everything is awesome.
That's hilarious, because I was thinking of that earlier with the everything is light. That's the first thing that popped in. Everything is awesome.
Only when you're part of a team.
That's what this world is, man. So how many subscribers does our genuine interlocutor over there, whose video we were reviewing, how many subscribers does he have?
I'm not sure, Nathan. How many? I'd have to have a look at the video.
The inspector guy, 60,000 or something.
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, I would highly enjoy what QE suggested. Yeah, because either way, you know,
well,
it'd be interesting to see whichever way he goes.
Saying that guy was in the chat. The guy we were listening to, he was in the chat.
Yeah, because is he even a Glover? Does he know? Like, has he ever really questioned it? We don't know.
Well, if you look through his videos, he has attacked Bigfoot and aliens and other things. One of the videos he did recently was on, you know, that guy Alan Dershowitz, that guy who's represented Jeffrey Epstein and that solicitor, that defense attorney or whatever he is. He did an hour-long thing on him because he's got charges up against him, and so he did it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brian, this will have him curious. Once he goes down this road, he ain't coming back.
Well, this is like, he probably doesn't realize it, but down this road is like all the material you could ever need to make our point. Do you know what I mean? But it will be within this arena, so he won't be able to. But I wouldn't be surprised if he does start looking into it and makes a video, because all he has to do is stay impartial. You know, if what he says he's trying to do is show how people are lying and how to spot it, right? Now, this arena is perfect for that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he stayed impartial, he'd do a very good video on.
Well, that would be. And if he does, that would show his true colors. Because how are you going to deny once you come down this road? You won't be able to if you're all about truth.
Well, I think what's going to happen is he's going to start questioning, because of the parallels we drew, he's going to start questioning whether his own arguments were valid because we can apply them to us.
Well, that's assuming.
That's assuming he looks at our critiques, because if he just types in flat earth and you know, looks up Effie Dave's critiques, then, you know, not Effie Dave's, but, well, maybe even, but Professor Dave or Simon Dan or one of these people. But then again, no, because he should spot the fallacies in them the same way he spotted it everywhere else, right? So then again,
correct.
We'll see. I'm interested. This is like TV for some reason.
And with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!